Are you developing a new game? Are you struggling to get funds so you can hire external services to help improve your game? The end result is not what you dreamed of? Well, Kudo might be the solution. With Kudo, you can spend your earned tokens in a variety of gaming services that accept Kudo in exchange for their help. Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters and I'll show you how to hire a service in a B2B marketplace. As a game developer, there are several ways you can accumulate Kudo. Game activity, also known as network rewards, the amount of Kudo earned from in-app purchases in your games, and also the staking rewards that will be proportional to the amount you have staked in your game. You can use the Kudo tokens you earn in three ways. You can either invest it in your community by offering performance rewards, which can be rewarding players for certain achievements in your game or rewarding players when they beat their own or a global high score. You can also set your game to reward players who spot and report new bugs in your game, assuring you have a polished game with the help of your players' community. And last but not least, you can invest your Kudo tokens into improving your game with the help of professional service providers listed in the Kudo B2B marketplace. Let's imagine your game is already playable, but you are still lacking a proper promotional website to showcase your game. Or maybe your soundtrack comes from a free sound bank instead of having been done specifically for your game. And what about you Lone Rangers that master the art of 2D and 3D but not programming or vice versa? It can be quite frustrating, but don't worry. Today you'll learn how to improve your game with the help of outsourced professionals from all around the world hired with the Kudo marketplace using your own Kudo tokens. Okay, now that you know what the Kudo B2B marketplace is all about, let's get to it. After you log in with your game developer account on the Kudo Games section, you will notice the marketplace icon here on the left. Great! Now you can check the full list of services on the Kudo marketplace and the people behind them to help you take your game to the next level. For instance, let's say your game, Ignite, is in desperate need of a website. So you will choose website development from Total Web. And it will open a pop-up with the service description and, of course, the price with approximate time it takes to be completed. It looks like this is exactly what you are looking for. So you select Hire Service. Now you can choose which wallet you want to use, which by default is the one where you receive the Kudo rewards. Awesome! You just accomplished the first step on your journey to take your game to the next level, and both you and the service provider received an email confirming the service. The service provider is expected to contact you to discuss the service details. After hiring the service, you can check its status on the Hired Service section. You'll be informed by email when the service changes status. Remember that you can contact the service provider at any time, even if the service was recently set as finished and you need to reopen it because something is not right yet. After the service is done, it will be moved to the closed service section, and now you can enjoy an improved version of your game that couldn't be achieved without the help of like-minded professionals in a fully decentralized collaborative way and using the Kudo tokens that we have been accumulating. I hope you enjoyed this video and join us if you haven't already at games.kudo.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
What's up guys, it's Uki. Okay, here's where we are now. I just finished up on calibration. There's a few bugs I need to work out, but otherwise it's good. Honestly, this is what took a majority of my time between the previous video and now. Now, as well as doing that, I was upgrading the UI system. Currently we have square panels that really take away from the otherwise natural aesthetic of Shoto. So I got rid of these, at least from the calibration system, so you'll be able to see that in a bit. I still need to work out some of the things involved in this new UI system. but the design itself, or the idea, is pretty much finalized. Now, once we finish fixing up stuff, we're going to be looking at the most interesting part of this, at least up until now, the demo. This demo is mainly going to be addressing the lack of a proper tutorial system in Shoto that would be used to kind of showcase what makes Shoto different from other games, specifically the physics system and also the casting system. Now, once this is complete, it's going to go through some pretty rigorous alpha testing. And by the way, alpha testing has closed, so sorry about that. Once it's gone through all of that quality assurance stuff, then I can finally feel confident putting it in a trailer video. That's going to be going on the website that's also currently in progress. I'll be showing footage of that later. And then once all of that's done, then we're looking at Kickstarter. And that's really the goal we have short term right now. Let's talk news. I'd like to welcome Real Gnome Sightings as the new community moderator for Shoto. He's been doing a great job at improving the community engagement aspect of our Discord server. He's recently started a question of the week channel, and I mean he basically just throws questions or from I don't actually know where he gets them. Also coming in is SS Legend 99. He's been working on our website, looking at or in preparation for the Kickstarter. So that's exciting. It's looking really nice right now, and it's gonna have a mailing list and a whole bunch of crazy features. Also, Twitch. So Real Gnome Sightings got me to start a Twitch stream server to live stream my game development process. Let's get into the main topic of today, which is calibration. The calibration system's been massively overhauled between the last video and now. I'll have the old video right here and the new footage right here. So, a bit of background. Since this is going to be part of the demo pack and one of the initial experiences the player gets, I really wanted to encourage player exploration and for them to kind of feel firsthand how it's like to be able to flick your wrist instead of aiming your remote at like a button. So the old system relied on 2D panels. I wanted to get rid of that. Now, I have it set up to where the fog kind of forms a wall around you, regardless of whatever point you're in. I can actually throw on black letters and whatnot, and it'll pop out. So I can get rid of all this planar stuff. Interaction-wise, there's still like a hitbox behind it, but you can cast those, and it's like a shortcut to whatever command or thing it's supposed to do. That's all I really wanted to talk about today. Thanks for watching the video.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. What is it? Looks like you got something on your mind. Just a gas station, but the owner's shady. He was watching me earlier. Be careful.
A thumb goes up, a car goes by. It's nearly 1 a.m. and here am I, hitching a ride. Hitching a ride. Welcome everybody to I Dream of Indie. My name's Old Gamer Joe, and today we're taking a look at Road 96. We got an early demo of it here. It's on the Steam PC platform, also going to be releasing on the Nintendo Switch later this summer. If you're wondering what the watermark in this video is, that's actually built into this demo to protect it, I'm assuming. So that was something different. I've never come across that, but just be aware of that, unless it was a graphical glitch, but I don't think so. So just what is Road 96? Certainly it's an interesting concept. It's basically a hitchhiker simulator of sorts, a narrative-driven experience, and it almost has the feel of a Telltale game in a lot of ways. You'll be interacting with characters, choosing between a few different dialogue options, and then mousing over or using a controller if you wish to pick up and interact with different objects. This demo was very brief, but there are different choices to be made. Your choices do impact the way that things play out. That will be a theme throughout this game, and things begin with a pretty fun scene where you're actually on a bike with 2 bank robbers. After some dialogue and screaming at these robbers to try to get their attention, you'll eventually be chased by the police, of course, and you then have to use the money that they've robbed and throw it at the cop car to distract it or knock it off the road. Pretty hilarious. After the bike ride from hell comes to an end, you end up on the side of the road, much closer to the border, which is your ultimate goal, and you have full control over your character at this point. The game does take place from a first-person view, and you do have the ability to run, but that's really about it, at least in the early going, interacting with objects, choosing dialogue options, and running around. From here, the demo ends up with you at a gas station and somewhat forced to pump gas for the attendant there, or else he's going to report your wrongdoings, apparently. And there's another hitchhiker on the run that is currently trying to get away from the cops, so you're kind of in the middle of this hairy situation. So you do, in fact, at least in my playthrough, I started pumping gas for people. You'll want to pump the exact amount of gas that the person asks you for, or at least close to it, or the attendant threatens to take it out of your pay. What a total dick. Eventually the cops show up and things get messy, or perhaps you'll be able to de-escalate the situation by choosing the right dialogue options, but I ended up in the back of a cop car. You'll have to let me know how you end up when you play Road 96 when it finally releases. I really like this game so far. I think the visual style is neat. Again, reminiscent of a Telltale style. I think it looks nice though. I'm really excited to see more of the environments because, well, this is a hitchhiker game, so I imagine you're gonna end up in a lot of crazy different places and situations, meeting a lot of interesting characters along the way. The soundtrack, too, so far, really banging, great beats to these songs. I'm super excited for more of Road 96. Can't wait for it to finally release later this year. This seems to be a fun, narratively driven road trip worth taking so far. Can't wait to bring you a full review when the game finally releases. I want to thank you so much for watching the latest video from I Dream of Indie. We would now like to take a quick moment to thank our great indie warriors who support us through channel memberships. Mitchell Hall, Kevilo, Bunny, Bill TCAS, Christian Cruz, Strict9, Rosie Syntax, Chris Jackson, Nathan Moore, Peach, Adriana Amato, CJR, Jesse, Falco, Lombardi, C. Coyle, and Skeptism. Thank you for all you do for independent games, developers, publishers, and for I Dream of Indie. Everybody else, head down to the description box below and help us bring a voice to the voiceless ones in gaming.
Thanks that we can present here. We're very happy and honored to join the Blockchain Game Alliance. And yeah, I would like to tell you something about our project called Kudo. Let's share my screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm here to present our gaming platform Kudo. It's created by a company I established together with a Portuguese business partner of mine called João. And after the crypto boom of 2017, which was quite crazy, we saw a lot of projects were actually being promised but not delivered, and a lot of money was collected for projects that basically never happened. So we decided we wanted to do this in a different way and actually start developing first, work towards proof of concepts, and then launch and see if we need any further investment. And our main project we're working on right now is Kudo. This is our team. So we started 3 years ago and have been developing the Kudo platform, also some other projects, and a showcase game. But first, more about Kudo. Yeah, what we see happening is that in gaming, you have the situation that gamers, they want a fun game. And yeah, they're willing to pay money for that. So this is a pretty simple transfer money for fun, basically. But of course, this is an ideal situation, and this is not how it works. What actually happens is, yeah, game developers have a hard time of earning money. That's on the one hand because they have to go through certain platforms or distributors that take a lot of the income. Also, with their low income, they're forced to basically make the game less fun. They introduce things like loot boxes, for example, but also ads. And this leads to the situation where, yeah, when you're a gamer, you have to pay a lot of money, but you get a game that's less fun and sometimes even ads in it. And also you have to give your data away to advertisers. So we don't believe this is the ideal situation. So yeah, we see these issues for game developers. They have a problem of how to get paid enough. Especially smaller developers have a hard time starting. You have to fund a game beforehand, put a lot of time and effort into it, and then you have to see if it works out. So this is a really tough business, and then even if it's very successful, sometimes you don't get a lot of the profits. Next to that, with the low funding, it's a very competitive market and it's hard to attract new players. Of the new players, the engagement is low. There are so many games to choose from that the bounce rate is quite high. Somebody tries out a game and then quickly leaves. The advertising makes the game less fun, and also it's very hard to connect to other game developers and professionals. So it's hard to find better graphic designers, for example, to make your game better. So it's a really difficult business, especially when you're just starting out. Yeah, we think it should be fun. Of course, we see a lot of initiatives that are about play to earn. So you play a game and you can earn money. And we want to flip this around. We want gamers to be able to earn to play. So how does this work? We have a rewarding mechanism that game developers can implement in their games. And for the amount of time that gamers play in a game, the gamer gets coins that are newly generated, tokens, and the game developer gets coins from, on the one hand, the amount of gamers that are playing in the game of the developer. So if you have a very successful game, you will earn coins for all those players. And of course, those players, they want to spend the coins. They're going to use it for in-app purchases. And next to that, we also allow the game developers to use all these earned tokens to actually hire professionals. We'll also have a place where you can find professionals that are willing to work in return for Kudo to help you out. So it's a proof of gameplay rewarding mechanism. We use a cross-game token called Kudo that is running on the Telos network, which is similar to EOS, for example. We have an easy to implement SDK. Currently, we service only Unity games, but in the future we will also service other game engines. And important, we think game developers should worry about gaming, so no blockchain experience is required. We take care of everything. So our target groups are gamers, game developers, and service providers. So what we offer is, a crypto reward for in-game time and performance. So gamers are more engaged and are also able to earn something from the time they invested in a game, and they can use this also in other games that use our tokens. So time is basically never wasted. So you might give it a bit more time to see how it works, to see if you can earn some tokens, but then mostly, if you can find things to spend it on. We think this is a better alternative than in-game advertisement. We think it makes sense to have in-game advertisements when it's really hard to earn money the normal way. And we want to firstly supplement the earnings of game developers, but in the future, it would be nice if game ads are not necessary if you earn enough via our platform. So, of course, it's crypto, so it also comes with immediate and easy peer-to-peer payments. And you can benefit from the Kudo ecosystem where all these games are in it. So there will be cross referrals. You'll be able to see other games that use this. So you can benefit from each other's success. As I said, we will also offer a link to service providers that can help you out with all these things that as a game developer, you don't want to worry about. Well, in order to showcase this, of course, we want game developers to implement it, but we also wanted the full experience ourselves. So we created a game called Blocks the Game. And it's a tower defense game where each level explains how a specific blockchain works. So for starters, it's about getting more people to understand blockchain, of course, but also to showcase our tooling. So this is something, it's in the testing phase. You can become a tester. You can try this out, see how it works. And also, we will release this in the future as a way for people that are new to blockchain to understand it. Currently, we have 14 games that are implementing our platform. And our next steps will be, we currently have a working alpha version of the platform. We have a test net with over 2,000 users. We want to go to a main net in the second quarter of this year. We have a working showcase game, so you can really try it out and see how it works in game. And we're currently considering funding opportunities, but I cannot share anything about that at the moment. We will have PC game support coming. For now, it's mostly mobile. We will offer things like crowd testing games. We will use Kudo as a sort of incentive for people to test out games that are not that good yet. We have this gaming services marketplace. We will have a wallet later this year, and non-fungible tokens are, of course, a logical next step. We've had quite some media attention already, so that's very nice to see. I would really love it if you try out our SDK, if you go to our dashboard and see how it works, see if you can perhaps implement it in your game. And try out Blocks, the game. Get on the testing list. It's a really fun game. If you like tower defense games, you will certainly love this. And if you want like your nephew to understand the blockchain, or your grandma, of course, this game is the way to go. So thanks for your time. You can find us on the socials, and have a nice day.
I didn't care what I could and couldn't do.
You didn't care.
For our love for one another created you. There were rules. Rules that stated there is good and evil, and they cannot be together. But your father and I...
We were betrayed. My brother sought power and despised your mother for who she was.
My dear child, you might never meet me, but fight and survive. There are things that you will be able to do that a mere mortal would not.
I could not keep the hordes away, my child, but your mother escaped with you. The unjustful ways of how demon kin wants to rule over the mortals has gotten out of hand. I could not stop them.
Guildhall Adventures is an ARPG where you play as a hero in a world under constant assault of monsters after years of peace. With the skills you learned from the days you were living as an orphan, you make your way to an abandoned town with a great guild hall. Gather materials and plant food to feed your fellow helpers. Craft great items and rebuild the once great town as you defend it from constant onslaught of monsters. As you rebuild, make your way through the town and take up quests to find out why you are considered a hero and why the monsters have been attacking. Delve into dungeons and gain legendary loot while climbing the tower ranks. Discover a world encapsulated in mystery and well-kept secrets. I have been doing game development for a few years now, and it made me happy creating new and exciting worlds. But I never had the motivation to actually finish a project. In 2019, my father passed away, which made me lose sight of myself and what I wanted to do in life. It did not take long, however, for me to find that passion in game development once again by completing smaller projects. I then created a game dev studio where I completed contracts which allowed me to quit my full-time job and go full-time into game development. I started coding and creating the world that I wanted. I felt like a kid again, discovering and exploring a long-lost world. This is when I dreamt up Guildhall Adventures, and I want to share my story of a world from the perspective of an orphan that never knew he was a hero until he had to pick up the sword to fight for his world against the monsters threatening to destroy everything. We here at Obsessive Games have been working on Guildhall Adventures for the past 2 years, and we are super excited about the project so far. However, to reach the true potential that this game holds, we really can't do it alone, and a larger team is needed to complete the pieces of the project that I alone cannot, in order to make it as fun and enthralling as I envision the game. I'm so thankful for your support, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you a world full of fantasy, mystery, and hardcore monster slaying. I'm Yanni, the head dev of Obsessive Games, and I thank you for your support.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare. The first 1,000 people who use the link in my description will receive a 1-month free trial to Skillshare Premium. Arguably the draw of Microsoft's Game Pass is the wealth of massive AAA games now available on demand, minus the AAA price tag. But lately I've actually been thinking that the real positive impact of the service will be felt in the indie scene. You know, you lure players in with the promise of this Netflix of high-end gaming, but while we're still having to download these games in order to play them, these smaller titles are much better suited to this try-it-and-see approach, avoiding massive file sizes and the excessive download times that come with them, while also tending to favour a purer mechanical design that lets you get in and out without having to commit to a full-blown purchase or massive story experience. And the reason I feel I can say this with some confidence is that, well, I've barely played any AAA games on Game Pass for the many months I've paid for it. Conversely, the absurd amount of time I've put into a game like Descenders makes all of that feel totally worthwhile. It makes me believe in the promise of this service. It's the thing that will get me to stick around and check out other games at this level that I might not have given a chance before. Because if it wasn't clear by this point, I love this game. And considering the praise I've showered on games like Pro Skater and Trackmania in the past, it might not be difficult to see why. I definitely gravitate towards these more arcadey games centered around making movement feel as good as possible. But there's something different about Descenders. It's harder to pin down in that way than those other titles. See, Descenders isn't really a competition against others. It's not really about getting a higher score than anyone else, a la Tony Hawk. It's not even a time trial like Trackmania necessarily. It can be any or all of those things should you so wish to engage with the game in that way. There are tricks and loose scoring systems. It is ostensibly a social experience, replete with leaderboards and daft cosmetic loot for you to wear as you flail about the lobby area. But at the end of the day, it's all in the title. This game is about getting from the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill, and how you do that is seemingly entirely on your own terms. Its many courses, unless specifically an off-road environment, have very clearly defined paths leading to the finish, but there's nothing stopping you going off-road, missing checkpoints entirely. Same with the game's stunts. Every single ramp or obstacle can be avoided or nullified by simply slowing down and going around if you so choose. As long as you cross that finish line, you're good. So then, what's the point of it all? There's relaxing, there's mechanical purity for sure, but what stops Descenders from just becoming aimless? Well, it's a couple of things, but it mainly revolves around that question of, yeah, you could go off-road, but are you able or willing to handle the utterly terrifying consequences of doing so? Because if I had to pick the first thing that really defines this game, its core that ends up having a real knock-on effect on its larger design, it's that Descenders can be scarily fast. I'm serious, I'm not sure the last time I played a game that so foregrounded just how fast I was careening down its tracks. A combination of the tremor-like rumble surging through the controller into your hands as the gravel beneath your wheels is so forcefully flung behind you, as well as the general shakiness of it all. Not just the screen shudders, but the oh-so-precarious wobbling of your rider. Indeed, speed in this game is as truly frightening as it is exciting, representing a perilous sacrifice of control. One slip-up, one slight unintended nudge of the stick when the game is moving at these speeds is enough to send you careening off the track, leading to a palm-sweatingly tense game of damage control, utilizing what little maneuverability you still have in attempting to swing your rider around the previously innocuous trees and rocks that now spell catastrophe. There's that real feeling of your stomach dropping through the floor as you fly off a mountaintop and realize just how far you've got to fall, but simultaneously managing to regain that control after cascading so far and so fast is a delight like no other. That feeling of not knowing exactly how you made it, going purely off of instinct. Learning to properly control your speed is a truly exhilarating process, and it's a process the game incentivizes you to get to grips with. See, the other big selling point of Descenders is its procedural course generation, using basic building blocks of a few different environments to construct a new track every time you hit go. On its own, this procedural generation is robust. I've yet to feel any kind of stagnancy in these layouts over my several hours of play, but the benefits of this approach are most keenly felt and importantly emphasized in the game's campaign mode, seeing you progress through a gauntlet of maps to get to the boss track at the end, usually a massive jump to top things off. Again, it's already varied enough, with challenge modifiers as diverse as completing the tracks in first-person view to not having a track at all, or navigating fog or a sandstorm, traversing the dense array of obstacles with limited visibility. But the cherry on top of all of this originates from the mode's health system. Fails in campaign mode cost you points that will eventually lead to a game over, with those falls at higher speeds costing more. This is alleviated, however, with the random objective that will spin at the start of every map. These can range from your typical do 2 backflips or whatever, right through to ones that completely change your approach to these courses, and completing them refills one of your health points, an increasingly precious commodity as you get further into each environment. Rolling an objective like get to the bottom without hitting the brake button sees you more carefully trying to manage your momentum so as not to get too out of control, requiring you to instead gently apply a skid to weave around corners. It turns what would normally be a fairly breezy run into a much more frantic endeavour, as you inevitably hit a massive slope and things go quite literally off the rails. It's a frenzy amplified by the similar but functionally distinct objective of not letting go of the accelerator, requiring you to give yourself over fully to oblivion and pray that you make it to the bottom in one piece. And again, it all comes back to you and how you want to deal with these problems. You might need the health, but how much health are you risking by pursuing these more dangerous objectives? Perhaps it's better to cut your losses, sacrificing the security of points in the bank for the ability to more cautiously approach what could be completely crazy and unpredictable obstacles. And this is the true beauty of Descenders as I see it. It's the duality of the game's core possessing that comforting mechanical purity, that zen-like feeling of repeating a process and gradually getting better at it, as well as the shifting structure of the maps and objectives, that constant battle of risk versus reward that greets you at every corner you turn, that never lets you get too comfortable, keeping you on your toes and ensuring that that play experience remains totally fresh, reflective of its superb liquid drum and bass soundtrack that I am a complete sucker for in these kinds of pure racing games. It's at once ambient, chilled out and sparse in its orchestration, while maintaining that constant speed, that urgency that drives everything forward. And in a similar vein, let me be direct here. If, like me, you struggle with the option paralysis a service like Game Pass provides, and are looking for a reason to keep that subscription going, believe me, check out Descenders. This is quickly becoming a real favourite of mine, and I am so glad that I didn't let this slip under the radar for any longer than it already did. And speaking of not letting things slip under the radar, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community for creative and curious people. Explore new skills, deepen existing passions, and get lost in creativity with Skillshare's inspiring online classes on topics including illustration, photography, video design, and more. Do you enjoy the speed of Descenders but find it difficult to keep up with everything else going on in your life? Then you might find Thomas Frank's Productivity Masterclass Create a Custom System That Works particularly useful. It's a remarkably accessible class that emphasises making small changes that will have a big impact on your routine, whatever it is you're setting out to do. What's more, Skillshare offers classes designed for real life and all the circumstances that come with it. These lessons can help you stay inspired, express yourself, and introduce you to a community of millions. And because Skillshare is sponsoring this video, the first 1,000 people who use the link in my description will receive a 1-month free trial to Skillshare Premium, so there's no risk to checking it out for yourself, and you'll really be helping out the channel in the process. Thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring the video, and I hope you all enjoyed this piece on Descenders. Thanks a lot for watching. If you liked the video, you can really help the channel by clicking the corresponding button, as well as subscribing. I'm also going to be streaming a lot more in the near future, so be sure to follow me at twitch.tv/writingongames to be updated when I'm going live. The streams so far have been a lot of fun. And check out my podcast in the description too. I'd also like to thank my patrons here. These videos simply would not exist without your support, and I really do mean that. If you've enjoyed any of the videos I've put out and want to help the channel continue so I can keep making more, you can directly help out as well as get things like early access to completely ad-free video uploads by heading to patreon.com/writingongames and pledging only what you feel comfortable with. I am forever thankful for your support in whatever form it takes. Special thanks go to Mark B. Writing, Artyom Vitsyuk, Shardfire, Spike Jones, Jesse Ryan, Dallas Keane, Timothy Jones, Charlie Kimball, Tom Webster, Tommy Carver Chaplin, Winter, David Björk, Lucas, Bryce Snyder, Dr. Motorcycle, The Nameless Guy, Henry Mielek, Hebe Amore, Leah Chinello, Ruth Knapman, Nicholas Villeneuve, Captain Knusprig, Danis Sakau.
This is the place? Doesn't look like much. Go take a look. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So who exactly is this guy? You're kidding. They're a fairy tale, Boston. Don't be an idiot. I see it. Open it. Wait. Do it. Can't believe this place is actually real. This makes no sense to me, Boston. But you might happen to be right. We've got one shot at this. I've got one shot at this. I know. I know. Here it is, the last one. We know that now.
Give it to me.
Give it to me. That's why I'm here.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's me, that pixel guy from Instagram. Now lately I've been trudging through my 9 to 5 each day, thinking about doing the same thing day in and day out. Year after year, slowly marching my way to retirement as I accidentally shock myself each shift, staring into the dim lights of the windowless lab thinking, is this all there is? Well, the answer's no. It's always been my dream to create something that people can have fun with that could leave a real positive, lasting impact as a bright spot on the world. So I decided to chase my lifelong dream of becoming a game developer. And I've tossed around a lot of different concepts, but the one I keep coming back to is the idea of playing as a monster fighting off the invasive humans that are destroying the natural habitat of the island. Because, you know, too often do we witness, and even worse, take part in the slaughter and genocide of the poor individuals who did nothing to wrong us, trampling over them without a care in the world in pursuit of our own interests. So I thought it'd be a fun twist to have a game where the monsters deal with not only the combative humans, but the pollution and destruction that they bring to the island. I'm envisioning a game similar to Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, or Stardew Valley, where the player focuses on bettering the island and forming relationships with the monsters there. My first step was just to write out as much as I could about the game. In the past, I've come up with a rough idea, gotten some mechanics working, and reached a point where I'm just like, what now? So I wanted to make sure I fleshed out enough bones of this game to have something with a clear goal in mind as I work. I came up with some starter NPCs, made a list of potential quests, drew out a basic beginning map, and worked out how combat and everything would work. And with all this in mind, I got going on some concept art. Now, as someone with a big pixel art background, this was probably the most natural and fun part of the process for me. Originally, I definitely struggled with this. In previous years, trying to make game art, I felt like I didn't really know what I was doing and was incredibly inconsistent. Doing the daily art stuff on Instagram was definitely a huge confidence booster and really helped me learn at least the basic rules of pixel art. So making this little goblin dude and a few of his friends was pretty easy. I also decided on the combat system pretty early on. I've been a longtime fan of a game called Crypt of the Necrodancer and love their unique rhythm-based movement where when you move, the enemy moves pretty much simultaneously. I think this makes for some unique puzzles and I really enjoy how it creates an elegant dance with the enemies. You have to learn how they move and adapt your combat to them. I've only seen this in a few games and thought it would be fun to put it in a game with a bit more depth to it. Not that Crypt of the Necrodancer isn't deep, it's incredible at what it does and makes for a great rhythm-based action puzzle game. I guess I just mean story depth and investment in the world. I'd like to bring the magic of this combat to a game where you're developing your island and fighting for a noble cause with a deeper story. Working with this concept, I knew they'd need some little hopping animations along with action animations in each direction in case they do some sort of attack or open a door or whatever. So once these were all done, I was ready to start putting things in Unity. And for those of you who don't know, Unity is a wonderful development platform you can use to create your own games. It requires a decent amount of programming knowledge, but luckily years of engineering classes have inadvertently prepared me for this. If you don't know how to program and are still interested in making games, I still recommend it. Just start small and do all the tutorials, you'll pick it up in no time. But anyway, the first thing I did was make it so the player moves around. That was simple enough, and I was pretty satisfied with how the animation looked right off the bat. I just linearly interpolated his movement between grid positions every time the user clicked a button, and told the animation to play. This also of course involved making a grid. Unity has built-in tile map features that let you place things at even intervals, but I wrestled with my blocks looking a little too blocky, I guess. I needed some sort of nice curvy edges without having to place every different tile individually. So I wrote a script that allows each block to look at all the blocks surrounding it, decide which orientation it is, and choose the corresponding sprite. These right here are all the possible sprite combinations, so after loading it in, it worked like a charm. I did the same thing with these neat little walls, and was able to pretty much reuse the whole script from the grass. Now the walls are nice and all, but pretty useless if the player just goes right through them. So I made a script called Movement Manager that keeps track of where everything is on the map. If the player tries to move into an occupied spot, it needs to ask permission from the Movement Manager first. This allowed for easy implementation of enemies and NPCs. I just made them take up space with the Movement Manager as well, and have them move as soon as the player clicks the direction that they choose. I ended up with the ability to move around, and after a bit of work, interaction between different creatures. The player can now bonk into the enemy and deal damage. I swore I'd avoid any effects for now and just focus on mechanics, but sometimes I really just can't resist. I also wanted to make my life easier in the future and added the ability to program in different movement patterns for the enemies without touching the code. This way I can really quickly make a whole bunch of different enemies without much hassle. Now that I had basic movement and interaction, I realized something big was still missing. If this game were to be rhythm-based and I were to truly rip off Crypt of the Necrodancer, I'd need everything's movement to be able to adapt to the speed of the music. It was at this moment I decided maybe I wouldn't want to force musical movement like Necrodancer does. What if we just gained bonuses if we played on beat, but had the option to take a second to think? I think that made for a more relaxing experience I was looking for, where we could focus more on story and island development than straight up combat. So while I think I won't force moving on beat like Necrodancer, I still made all the little animations boop along to the music since I think it's pretty cute. Speaking of music, I unfortunately can't do much more than play basic chords on a guitar. I'd love to develop my music making skills and try to learn, but frankly I don't really have the time right now if I want to finish this game anytime soon. I decided to outsource my music and sound effects to my brother Mike. He's currently pursuing a minor in music at UCSD, so we'll hopefully have some total bangers coming up. But anyways, next up I needed some concept of time. I made a eternal script that just sits there counting along and feeds the information to the HUD so we can see it. I'm not at all attached to this HUD, so bear with me. I know it's kind of weird looking, I just wanted to get proof of concept of a game clock. This also led me to creating a day and night cycle using Unity's post-processing effects. Just like putting a filter on an Instagram post, the software can process the image before it hits the screen. That's how I can change up the colors and give this sort of sunset effect. So with all that out of the way, I rolled into the next feature, the inventory. I'm a big fan of these Terraria style inventories where you can move around items like so, and saw this as a go-to way to equip items. Unlike Terraria though, I won't need the player to be able to move around while equipping things because, well, when they stop moving, everything stops moving. They won't need to evade danger while sorting items because the danger will be waiting patiently. So I got to work on the inventory, knowing that if I didn't implement controller support now, I'd be kicking myself later. So I worked hard to ensure that the user could seamlessly transition between using controller inputs and mouse and keyboard inputs. This was super easy with a cool asset on the Unity asset store called Rewired. I don't usually spring for Unity assets, but this one offers support for pretty much any controller imaginable, and does crazy magic stuff if multiplayer ever becomes something you'd want. I definitely recommend picking it up if you're looking for a nicer alternative to Unity's mediocre input setup. So after a bit of work, I had a nice inventory system where I could move little objects around. I added counters so that multiple items could be stacked and gave them different stack limits. Holding 99 mushrooms may be reasonable, but holding a stack of 99 swords may not be something that we want to be possible, so we won't let those stack. I also put in a little trash can in case the player wants to get rid of something, and made it so enemies drop items when they die. I know it doesn't make sense for a little slime to drop all this junk, I just needed an easy, temporary way for the player to get items for my testing purposes. The last thing I finished before the creation of this video is implementing item usage. I made it so that when you equip a sword, you deal more damage and have a little slash effect. and when you equip a bow and arrow, you can choose a direction and shoot an arrow. The arrow will move whenever you move, making it so you have to predict where the enemy will be and think ahead. I also added the ability to add armor, where you can drag armor to the equipment slots and the clothes will show up on the player, providing defensive bonuses. And lastly, I made the little shrooms edible, providing a bit of health for the player. And that's where I'm at. Now I've been rambling about new features for a hot minute now, and thought it'd be nice to take a sort of side note and talk about some of the more behind the scenes stuff. I've tanked a lot of games because free time is so hard to come by. I mean, who wants to spend 8 to 9 hours at work and then come home and work more on a project that can admittedly get pretty frustrating? My strategy that works for me is to force myself to do at least 30 minutes a day, no matter how bad I feel or how tired I am. I found that most of the time I end up doing about 2 hours on average anyway. This was how I got through my 500 Instagram drawings, and that's how I know I'll be able to do this and see it through to the end. I highly recommend it if you're struggling with motivation, even if it's not game development, if it's something completely different, that you rely on discipline instead of motivation and just try to do a small bit every day. Eventually it'll become habit and be a little easier for you. But I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you all for coming to check out the game. If you'd like to stay updated and see future progress, make sure to go find that little bell, like and subscribe to get notified. Or if you never want to see me again, I guess that's cool too. Thanks for sticking around anyway. Oh, and of course, feel free to check out my Instagram if you like pixel art. I post there weekly. Thanks again.
Jordan Midler, Max Cohen, and Charlie Yang. And with that, this has been another episode of Writing on Games. Thank you all so much for watching, stay safe, and I will see you all next time.
The Exola Publishing Suite lets you sell games direct, keep more revenue, and own your customers. Period. You get to easily wrap every player experience in your own brand for no upfront cost. We handle the boring stuff: taxes, laws, and fraud. Sell direct, earn more, own more.
Three years ago, we visited id Software in Texas to film our documentary on Doom 2016. If you like no-clip stuff, you probably knew that. But what you probably didn't know is that while we were there, we filmed 3 interviews around the history of Quake and their then upcoming shooter, Quake Champions. Sadly, we never finished filming that project, and so a bunch of interviews, including one with Quake veteran Tim Willits, sat on our hard drives for the next 3 years. So long that Tim has since shipped Rage 2 and left id Software to become Chief Creative Officer at Saber Interactive. But then we noticed that this month, Quake 3, one of the greatest online shooters ever made, turned 20 years old, so what a perfect excuse to dive back into the archive and resurrect this interview. So for fans of gothic horror, sci-fi shooters, and bipedal multiplayer eyeballs, here is our interview with Tim Willits about the history of the Quake franchise.
Really, Doom 2 existed because we wanted to commercialize Doom more and get it into retailers. Back then, it was a natural progression in gaming to work on a new title. That's what id Software did for years. The Quake engine was true 3D, which had a whole number of issues that we had to overcome, from how do we create levels? How do we steer players? How do we create these environments? So we were tackling those technical challenges at the same time that we were developing the technology and the game. So keeping with the very flat structure of id Software at the time, it really was very loose. We knew we wanted to make it dark, powerful weapons, some Lovecraftian inspirations, but that was really kind of the game design. John Carmack used to always say that teleporters are a crutch for bad level design. You could extend that a little farther to say that slipgates was a crutch for bad game design. Because we had very little creative direction, we just kind of all went in our own direction. There were 4 principal level designers that created their own kind of unique style. So we were like, okay, we have 4 Elder Gods, and we have 4 runes, and we have 4 episodes. If we had 5 level designers, we probably would have had 5 episodes in Ruins. And then we just stuck the slipgates around and made it all kind of worked and washed our hands. You can see parallels to a lot of the enemies in Doom in Quake. Like, you know, the demon in Quake was obviously the Piggy from Doom. Death Knight was the Hell Knight. But because we had so much freedom, and because there was such of a lack of kind of unified creative direction, you know, Kevin Cloud and Adrian Carmack really went wild with the creatures. Especially the ogre, you know, he's got a chainsaw and a grenade launcher. Grenade bouncing was definitely new. It was very difficult at first because even strafing wasn't really something that people did. So when things were bouncing, actually, it threw us off as developers. It threw people off as players, and then to have an AI, have a monster that does that, is like, ugh.
Is there any enemy types that like didn't make the cut, perhaps, in Quake 1? Can you even cast your mind back that far?
Yes, the dragon.
Oh, right.
Yes, remember?
Yes, the screenshot.
The famous screenshot.
Yeah.
That's when game developers just put screenshots up before actually thinking we should actually put this up. So yeah, we made a model, just kind of placed it in the world, and we're like, this is gonna be awesome. There's a dragon flying over this castle. Screenshot, release. And no one ever thought, hey, should we actually get this working? Is it fun? You know, Dragon AI is really tough. The Quake franchise definitely has always kind of suffered from a little identity crisis. And honestly, we were not actually going to call Quake 2 Quake 2. One of the guys in the team proposed the word war, W-O-R, because it's the war with Strogg versus you know, the humans. Which, in hindsight, we probably should have done that. We probably should have had Quake 1 be Quake, and then Quake 2 be War, and then Quake 3 be Quake 2, and then Quake 4 become War 2, and we'd have two franchises. Instead, we have Quake Confusion. We had something amazing with Quake, but the story was all over the place. So we really wanted to focus the design, we wanted to focus the story, we wanted to make the game more engaging, which is how the story came about. It's really a parallel to the Guns of Nemrod, the old movie, where the Allies have to destroy the guns, you know, so the Allies could land on Beachhead during World War II. That was really the entire inspiration and story of Quake 2. And then the Strogg concept, which was another desire to unify the creatures. Like in Quake, the creatures were all over the place. It's not so great for a single-player, story-driven type game. Yes, Paul Steed came up with the grenades. He was our only animator at the time, so he animated all of the Strogg and gave him that personality. Like the Enforcer would go like this, and then you could shoot his head off. But yes, grenades, and you could throw them. Yes, that was pretty advanced gameplay at the time. I watched the movie Eraser, if you remember, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yes, and I thought that was a cool movie. Came into work the next day, and John Cash was the programmer working on the weapons, and I said, hey, let's make, it's like a rocket launcher, but it's instant. And then we'll make a twisty thing just like the movie Eraser. Shit. But what really set Quake 2 apart was the explosion of multiplayer mods. The grapple hook was the greatest invention for any Quake game that we never came up with. And there were so many mods for Quake 2 that the multiplayer took on a life of its own. You'd find the newest mod, you'd download it, you'd play a different type of game. So it always offered something new because of the explosions of the mod scene. So John Carmack came to the design team with a concept, a multiplayer-only game with persistent worlds. You have your kind of home world, and then you'd fight for your elder god. He was always into the elder gods. You could fight for your elder god, and then you could kind of attack other worlds and things, and you could jump through these gates to these other worlds.
You have taken the lead, excellent.
So when we proposed to our publisher, Activision at the time, that we wanted to make a game that required a graphics card in your machine, they told us that we were insane. and that it was the worst idea ever.
What was it like knowing that Epic were releasing a game within the same window that didn't require an OpenGL graphics card?
You know what, I've never really worried about competitions. You know, we used to say that we don't need other games to suck to make our games good. So even at that time, you know, I mean, playing those games, I played them. I know the guys that work there. They're all great guys. And I think it actually helped us. It actually helped the industry, and it helped our games even be better.
Excellent.
Most of the item placement in the original Quake 3 was with luck. You know, yeah, we moved things. We kept the rocket launcher away from the red armor.
Right, yeah.
But really all the subtle things that people are like, you guys are geniuses. No, we just put it down and it worked. So the origins of that map was a bet. It was a QA guy that came down from Activision. So he came down and I said, I could make a map from start to finish in under an hour. So I made that map in about 50 minutes.
I think that map might have like the world record for the fastest possible flag capture. You can do it in like 6 seconds or something.
Yeah, probably faster than that. You could probably, yes, because you can pick up the flag, rocket jump, hit. Yeah, you could probably do it in like 2.5 seconds. You know, like DM13, DM6, you know, the longest yard. You know, those are the true classics that have withstanded the test of time. But we had no idea. That's one of the things about creating these games and these levels is you don't know what people are going to really like. You don't know the levels that will go on to become classics. And it's always surprising once the game gets out there in the world and people play it, what rises to the top and what people like and what people don't like. So Team Arena was a team-based version of Quake 3, and if you have 12 to 20 people that are about the same skill level and are playing on a LAN that can easily talk, Team Arena is the greatest game ever. So we created this game that we thought was the most amazing thing ever. made that only we liked. And because once we got it out there, you get onto a server and you got you and your buddy and you got like 16 other people acting like idiots. You couldn't talk to them very well, all these different skill gaps. And also, at the time, there were so many Quake 3 mods that were like, hey, we made this. You should buy this. People are like, what? I gotta buy something? So it did suffer, but it was the greatest game ever made just for us. So Quake 4 was pitched right when we finished Doom 3. And we saw how long Doom 3 took to make, and we were changing the technology, and we had our own internal plans. And the Quake franchise, at that point, had become a little long in the tooth. Quake 3 was it's still insanely popular. So we didn't want to replace that. So we thought, well, let's go back to Quake 2. More single player focused because we had the multiplayer. And we had worked with Raven for a long time, and Raven has been a licensee of our technology for years. They're great guys. So we worked together with Raven, we came up with the idea, it's a continuation of the story. So I do think we have a lot of fans that do like that single player experience, that are very comfortable in the Quake 4 universe. Quake Live was the great experiment. The idea was you download it for free, you play in a browser, everyone's got a browser, you don't have to install anything, and we would make money by selling ad space. One of the problems that we quickly realized is that you actually have to look at the ads. So we put an ad up, near the yellow armor, and people are like, oh, I get the yellow armor, go. And our ad stats were like 0.05 seconds, which is, you can't even read the ad, the amount of time that person actually looked at it. The people paying for the ads were like, okay, you guys, they need to look at our ads, and they need to occupy a size that's appropriate. So that ran counter into what the game was. So I thought, we'll just have ads and load screens. And then the internet ad folks, they were all falling apart at the time. Right. They were just collapsing, and we had millions of people that played the game, and it's shocking. Then we thought, well, let's shift it. Let's make it a little more standalone, and then we'll have a free version, and then we'll have a subscription version, which worked out well, and it made money. And then we eventually moved it up to Steam and then retired it. So it was really kind of one of the first free-to-play games ever. People have it, it's available. We've kind of sunsetted the service part of it, but there's still a great community. Doom was insanely influential, but I personally believe if you look at what Quake did, it was actually our most influential game that id Software's ever made. From true 3D engine, client server architecture, to explosion of mods, to competitive gaming. It really influenced so much of what we play today.
Thanks so much for watching this video, and thanks to all the people on screen right now for supporting our work here at NoClip, and the thousands more whose names aren't in the credits. We couldn't have done all the work we did in 2019 without you, and we've got some massive plans for 2020, including filming a bunch of stuff here at our brand new studio that we've set up. So we're really excited to get a bunch more documentaries out and a bunch more smaller interview type stuff as well in 2020. So if you want to be along for the ride, make sure you're subscribed to this channel, and if you want to help us build this studio and do even more, then please consider becoming a patron.
Hey everyone, it's Karol from 11B Studios. As you may recall, not so long ago we announced that all the highly anticipated expansions for Frostpunk are coming to consoles in the third quarter of this year. And today I'm super excited to tell you that the actual premiere date is right around the corner, so mark it in your calendar. On July 21st, all the expansions will be available on your console. See you in the Frostland.
If there's one question I get asked more than anything else, it's this. How do I become a game designer? I get emails from kids and teenagers and people bored of their jobs who would love to turn their passion for games into a career and be the ones who actually design the mechanics, systems, and levels that I talk about on this show. Unfortunately, I'm not really equipped to answer this question. However, I do have some contacts who can help. So, over the last month, I've been talking to an enormous number of game designers, level designers, employers, recruiters, educators, and students, all in the hope of answering the most fundamental questions about getting into the biz as a designer. Starting with the most important question of all, what does a game designer actually do? The answer to this question is going to depend entirely on the size of the studio, the type of games they make, and the structure of their teams. Because depending on where you work, the design role might be a very general position or an extremely specialized one. On a very small mobile game, for example, the game designer might be responsible for every aspect of design. But on a larger title, the role is likely to be split between game design and level design. Go even bigger, and those roles might be split up even further. There are gameplay designers who focus on second-to-second interactions, and systems designers who look after overarching concepts like progression. Level designers might be split into quest designers and open-world designers. You might have narrative, UX, economy, and technical designers who are a bridge between design and code. There's no saying how specific these roles can be. On Red Dead Redemption 2, there were people who focused exclusively on designing systems for the horse. But okay, what do these people actually do? Well, if we look at game designers, their job is to come up with ideas for mechanics and systems. If those are approved by the creative leads, the designers will create detailed design docs and asset lists to help programmers and artists turn those ideas into reality. Once those features exist, designers will be given tools to manipulate the mechanic further, perhaps a simple scripting language to plan out interactions or a spreadsheet of stats to change. Level designers, on the other hand, are going to be creating the environments for the player to explore and traverse, using the toys provided by game designers. On most big games, levels are made in greybox, simple, untextured geometry that will be dressed up by artists. Level designers may also do scripting for specific encounters or to tie missions together in an open world. Both roles are highly collaborative because designers will be working closely with artists, animators, programmers, writers, and others to turn their ideas into something pretty and playable. And highly iterative, as ideas will be endlessly tweaked and changed in response to playtesting. Okay, if that sounds interesting to you, let's ask the next question. How do you become a designer? It's the million-dollar question, and from speaking with my industry experts, I reckon you really need 4 things to get a job as a designer. You need to be able to think in terms of design. You need soft or interpersonal skills like communication. You'll need a strong portfolio to show what you can do, and for a lot of roles, you'll need some level of experience in the games industry. I'll come back to the first two when I'm talking about interviews, but for now, let's chat about portfolios and experience. If there's one piece of advice I got from pretty much everyone I talk to, it's this: make stuff. Show people that you have the ability to design a game or level and then put that together in a portfolio. For example, this is Persis, a super short game with fully destructible environments which helped Zachary Priest land a job on Watch Dogs Legion. So, if you want to be a game designer, your portfolio should include small projects like this that show your ability to come up with an interesting mechanic or system. These days, it's entirely possible to actually make these games using tools like Unreal Engine and Unity. But if you really don't want to learn how to code, you could use the PlayStation 4 game Dreams, or use Tabletop Simulator to make board and card games. These don't need to be full games, they can be vertical slices, game jam projects, and prototypes. You can also work with others to make a game, but when it comes to your portfolio, you need to clearly explain which bits you personally came up with. Whatever the case, you've got to show you're working. Make sure you have clear documentation for how you dreamt up, designed, implemented, and refined your ideas, so you can show potential employers proof of your design thinking skills. For level designers, it's all about making an actual level. Again, you can use something like Unreal or Unity, but it's perfectly acceptable to use modding tools and level editors for existing games. And if you can make a level that's relevant to the company you're going for, even better. I spoke to one designer who got the job because they'd made a level for the firm's previous game. Whatever's on your portfolio, make sure your stuff is finished, even if it's incredibly short. Try to focus on your best work and always pick quality over quantity. And while downloads and documentations are great, employers can't play and read everything, so pack your portfolio with videos and screenshots. Now, let's talk about experience. While some studios will absolutely have entry-level positions for design, they're uncommon and highly sought after, so you can boost your chances of getting hired by getting experience in the industry. One way to get this is through placements like internships, trainee positions, and work experience posts, which can absolutely turn into full-time roles at the company if you do well. Another common approach is to start in quality assurance, or QA, or game testing. This gives you experience in the biz and a first-hand look at how studios operate. Again, it's not uncommon for QA testers, especially those embedded in the development team, to impress their bosses and get moved into design roles at the same company. But remember that QA is a vitally important role in of itself and shouldn't be seen as just a stepping stone to design. Perhaps the best advice is to remember that your first job probably won't be designing games at Blizzard or Bungie. You can't be picky at this stage, so get experience at places making mobile games, or kids games, or even gambling games, before making the leap to the studios making your favourite blockbusters. Now there's one pretty stellar way to get both a portfolio and experience, and that's university or college. In 2021, there's a huge number of courses for game design all around the world, like DigiPen in Washington, Teesside University in the UK, Breda University in the Netherlands, and RMIT in Australia. If you take these courses, you'll be taught game design theory and enough programming to get you started by people with industry experience. You'll make a strong portfolio of work using your end-of-year projects. Persis from earlier was actually Zach's project at Staffordshire University in the UK. You'll also get to meet friends to build games with, and you'll make connections in the industry, and you'll often get access to work experience posts and graduate positions. This is a strong and increasingly popular route into the industry, but almost everyone I spoke to, including the lecturers themselves, warned that the college diploma itself isn't the important bit. Instead, it's about making the most of the opportunities and connections you're provided, and it's about having the time to really focus on building out your portfolio. So ultimately, a game design degree is not a guarantee of a good job in the industry. And it's also definitely not a requirement for many positions, which is good because depending on where you live, university can be an expensive proposition. If you do decide to study game design, make sure you research the school carefully. Look at who is teaching and their credentials and experience. Look at which studios the university has good connections with and where graduates have ended up. And definitely look out for predatory, for-profit colleges in the US. always do your research before you enroll. It's worth mentioning that other skills and educational backgrounds can help you stand out as a candidate. For example, while coding is rarely needed as a designer, some ability to program will help you communicate better with engineers and help you understand the scripting tools you'll be using. Same goes for understanding other roles and pipelines like art and audio. Also, knowledge of relevant disciplines such as economics, architecture, art, and psychology could make you a better candidate when going toe-to-toe with those who have exclusively studied game design. And finally, we can't discount the social side of things. The classic, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Making strong connections in the industry through networking events and social media can open up doors that others can't even see. But okay, you've got your CV, your portfolio, perhaps some experience under your belt, perhaps you've even got a degree in game design. You've applied for a job, and you've got an interview. Congratulations! And so, how do you ace a design interview? When you're interviewing for a design position, employers are really looking for those two skills I mentioned earlier, design thinking and interpersonal skills. For the latter, you'll get questions that are all about judging your personality to see if you have the right attitude and will fit the studio's existing culture. So the interviewer wants to know if you are a team player who can resolve conflict and adapt to someone else's vision. Do you have good communication skills, including
Do you happen to have a great service for the gaming industry? Are you struggling to find potential customers? The current online marketplaces where you promote and sell your services charge you? Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters, and today I'm gonna show you how to promote and sell your gaming services in the Kudo B2B marketplace. As a service provider, you'll share the Kudo ecosystem with game developers while offering your services. Thanks to the Kudo rewarding mechanism, game developers will have the funds to acquire your services with its own cryptocurrency, Kudo, something that without it, they will possibly not even consider. Let's imagine you are a 2D artist with a few years of experience and a great portfolio, but you want to promote your work and grow your clients list. What could be better than being part of the same ecosystem as your customers? And for that reason, today you'll learn how to list your services, close a deal, and manage your project status via the Kudu B2B marketplace. Great! Now that you are ready to be part of the Kudu ecosystem, let's get to it. First, you'll need to log in with your service provider account or create one if you don't have one already, and go to the profile section by clicking this button on your left. Here you should edit your profile page to let game developers know more about you and for them to be more willing to hire your services. Good! Now that you've finished editing your profile page, let's move on to the service section where you'll be able to add your service by clicking here and filling out the service details. At the bottom, you should estimate the approximate time it takes to complete and the price for the service. Don't worry, every detail can be edited afterwards. Now, you just need to stake and wait for your service to be approved. You'll still be able to withdraw your stake if you decide to, but your services will no longer be available. After your service is approved, it will be automatically available in the marketplace for the game developers. You'll be informed via email if someone hired one of your services, and the hired service will appear in your project section. It is expected for you to contact the game developer to discuss the service details and to inform him about the service progression until it's finished and archived. I hope this video was useful. We invite you all to join us if you haven't already at games.kudu.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
Confidence in pitching your ideas? And are you resilient to feedback on your work? Don't be surprised if the employer dismantles your portfolio pieces to see how you'll react to criticism of your ideas. For design thinking, the employer really wants to know if you can think about games on a deeper level than a typical fan or consumer. Do you get how games work? Do you understand how changes can impact on other aspects of a game? I've heard more than one studio ask candidates what would happen if you remove one of the options in rock, paper, scissors to see how they'd work through the problem and show that they understand game balance. It's very common to be asked about the games you've been playing lately. This isn't small talk. It's a chance for you to show some analysis, criticism, and understanding of design. You can practice this by analyzing, reviewing, and breaking down the games you play, like some kind of knockoff GMTK. If you nail the interview, you may be given a design test. This is where you're asked to prove your design skills, usually on paper, but perhaps in a scripting tool or level design tool. For a game design position, you may be asked to take an existing game and add a new mechanic, or show how you would change some aspect of the game. For a level design test, you may be asked to plot out a map for a short level that includes a new mechanic or an enemy encounter. This will usually involve the studio's existing games, so be familiar with their back catalogue. These can be pretty stressful, especially if you're asked to do it on-site at the studio and if it's under a time constraint. So I've included a link to a great GDC talk about what to expect from design tests to help you prepare. Now, if you don't get the job, that sucks. Make sure you get some feedback so you can improve in the future. But if you do get the job, hooray, you're in the industry. And so the question to ask is game design a dream job? If you follow gaming news at all, you'll definitely have seen some headlines that might put you off the games industry for good. Working in game development can involve crunch. which is when you work extremely long hours before major milestones. Game studios frequently have mass layoffs or full-on studio closures. Game designers may receive threats and abuse online, and there are even stories about sexual harassment in the workplace. And it's certainly true. Game development is volatile, extremely hard work, often thankless, and not as diverse, or as inclusive, or as safe as it needs to be. But when I posed these issues to people in the industry, they told me that while these problems exist, they should not discourage you from joining the business, and that strides are being made to improve these practices across the board. You can also protect yourself to some extent by carefully researching studios before taking a job to see how you'll be treated. Look to sites like Glassdoor and talk to former or existing employees. Another challenge for game development is that you may not have opportunities where you live. There are few game developers and even fewer game design courses in places like India and South America, for example. So you may need to move around to get the best jobs, but you could potentially get experience in small studios where you currently live. But then again, it's worth remembering that you don't need to work at Ubisoft or Rockstar to be a game designer. The thousands of indie games released every year are proof that individuals, tiny teams, and small companies can put together games without industry involvement. And I promise you that the solo designers of Axiom Verge, Stardew Valley, and Gunpoint had way more creative control than the dude working on Red Dead Redemption's horses. That's not to say that this route is any easier than getting hired, and it's not a guarantee of making a living wage, let alone becoming a millionaire. But maybe this is how you want to be a game designer. For now, that's a whole other video. So hopefully that helps. If you want to become a game designer, you should make stuff, do game jams, download modding tools, practice your design thinking skills, make friends and connections, and maybe get started with a different role, or study game design at school. It's a difficult and competitive industry to enter, and it will be different for every company on the planet. The advice in this video is the best, most general advice I can provide, but it's not going to apply 100% to every person. It's also a job that's not without its challenges and hardships, but it can be a very rewarding career. You won't just be playing games, you'll be helping make the experiences that the next generation of players will be obsessing over. A huge thank you to everyone who helped me with this video. I couldn't have done it without Steve, Emma, Peter, Sean, Vicky, Richard, James, Yasmin, Nick, and so many more. If you're a game designer in the industry and have advice to share, please drop it in the comments below and I'll pop a heart on the best stuff.
Hello, I'm Lorcan of Burma Studio, and in this video I'm announcing the first public showing of my in-development game, Days with Dino, a small open-world game where you play as a active ragdoll T-Rex. This is the second game I've started development on this year, the first one being Gaggle Brains, which I released on Steam last month, and it's part of my aim to try and make one game every 2 months over the course of 2021. The game is still in the early alpha state, so the visuals, gameplay, and everything else you'll be seeing in this video will be changing quite significantly as the next 2 months go by. I have been working on the game for about 2 to 3 weeks so far, and am aiming to finish development by the end of April and to release sometime in May. So what is Days with Dino? A few months back, I made a prototype for an active ragdoll for this T-Rex character. He could swing his tail around, he could do very T-Rexy like motions that were very responsive to player inputs, and I just felt it was a very good animated physical character to control, but at the time I was in the middle of other projects and couldn't really think of anything to do with him. Now though, I feel more confident I'd be able to make a small game with this that could actually show off the interaction I think I find so fun with it. So Days with Dino is going to be a small open world game mainly focused around you being able to run around, hunt other active ragdoll creatures, avoid threats from bigger things until you go large enough to be able to compete with them. And I'm hoping that a lot of the fun of the game is going to come from the way it moves, the way it animates, and the way you're able to novelly interact with the environment. The reason for me putting the game on Steam now and announcing it is with Gaggle Brains, I was relatively silent as I was developing the game, didn't really do much on the public side. I'm still quite new to the whole indie game development biz, and I'm trying to get a bit better with actually trying to show off my work as I'm doing it, and videos like this and putting the game on Steam are part of my efforts to actually be more present out there with it. Anyway, my aim for this week is to finish this video, get another one out showing the development over the first 3 weeks, then I will be working towards making a public demo for the game that I can put on Steam. That will be the early stages of gameplay and the early creatures you'll encounter at the beginning in the starting area. If anything here has caught your interest, I hope you stick around and keep an eye on how things develop, and recommend this game to anyone you know that might be interested in a new dinosaur game, and send them to our take a look at our Steam page and add to the wish list if you want to know when the demo is out, which will help us out knowing who's interested and just gaining traction for us really. And yeah, this has been Lorcan, thanks for watching, and I hope you stick around.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we're checking out trivia for games with an extra dimension. That's right, we're talking about secrets and Easter eggs for Nintendo 3DS titles. If there's one thing that gaming struggled with before the 3DS, it was making stereoscopic 3D a viable option. You either had to make substantial practical and technical compromises, as with the Virtual Boy, or be willing to throw down literally thousands of dollars on a 3D screen. And yet, despite this great selling point and clear advantage, some of the arguably best games on the 3DS weren't all that 3D. In fact, the first game we're talking about is all about becoming 2D, The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. The game actually had some pretty noticeable differences between regions, some of which have been documented by professional translator Clyde Mandolin on his website Legends of Localization. One of these changes tells us a little about the perception of body image around the world. In the Japanese version of the game, the Zora Queen's smooth gem is not the source of her power. In this version, the gem is actually the secret to her beauty, and when it goes missing, she becomes fat. After the gem is stolen in the Japanese version of the game, one of the Zora in Zora's domain says he's fond of the queen being fat, but in the US release, he just says that they have to get the gem back. When the player gets the gem back to Auron, that same Zora will be disappointed that Auron becomes slim again. Another Zora also mentions the queen's beauty returning when she becomes skinny again. After completing the House of Gales, Azora says that he was swimming with the queen, but that he couldn't keep up. He implies that he lost her because she was so slim, reinforcing the idea that her losing weight has improved her. These references to beauty and body weight were all cut in the North American version of the game. It's no secret that Nintendo of America has slightly more strict guidelines for its localizers than the developers have back in Japan. Over the years, it seems NOA have become more aware of issues relating to weight and body image. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Nintendo came under fire for calling a 10-year-old girl fat in Wii Fit. The company probably wanted to avoid a repeat of this controversy, and take a more responsible approach that didn't tie Queen Auron's worth to her physical appearance. And now, before we move on, a quick word from this episode's sponsor, Manscaped.com. Manscaped is the world's premium brand for men's grooming and hygiene products, and they've just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the new Lawnmower 4.0. We're excited to be one of the first to try it out, especially with these ceramic blades with skin-safe technology that make sure you don't snag your bag or clip your winkles wrinkles. This upgraded Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer even has a multifunctional on-off switch for the new Travel Lock feature that'll make sure your device doesn't turn on in your suitcase suitcase and drain the battery. Speaking of which, you can get up to 90 minutes of trimming done on a full charge. Manscaped also have the best tools and liquid formulas for the big 3 odor zones: your body, your butt and your balls. So join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped to give them the right tools for their family jewels. And get 20% off the new Lawnmower 4.0 plus free international shipping when you use promo code DYKG at manscaped.com. There'll be no more scraping now while manscaping. And now, back to the trivia. Another popular 3DS Zelda release came in the remake of Majora's Mask. The game made some interesting changes over the original N64 release, adding many noticeable differences like updated models and streamlined gameplay. But it also added a few features that can't normally be seen. In the original N64 version, the Moon Children never show their faces, something that the developers no doubt had planned, as they didn't bother to texture under the children's masks, resulting in faceless character models. It's possible that this could have been to save space, but the savings would have been extremely small, making it a bit doubtful. When it comes to the 3DS release, however, it seems the developers decided to go the extra mile and give the children faces, though these are not visible in-game and can only be seen by reverse engineering the game's files. Rather than creating a brand new face for the children, however, the developers decided that the children should all share the same face as the title's Happy Mask salesman. It's not clear if there is a great reason for this, or if it's just a little Easter egg. One of Nintendo's other blockbuster franchises, Super Mario, also got a lot of love on the 3DS. Super Mario 3D Land took the 2 different branches of the Mario franchise, 2D and 3D, and crammed them together to make a new type of Super Mario title. But of course, it kept a lot of the old standards like the series Goombas. Speaking of which, the YouTuber SwankyBox discovered a strange oddity within the game's first stage when experimenting with how many Goombas could be killed in a single ground pound. It was discovered that a Cheep Cheep can do damage to a Goomba that is within or has previously been part of a stack. However, it can't harm a solo Goomba that was never stacked, nor any other enemy. With this in mind, Swanky tried out other Goomba types to see how they would interact with Cheep Cheeps. When introducing a giant-tailed Goomba into the first stage, the Goomba would instantly leap a considerable distance off screen, then swipe its tail while out of view. Everything on screen would then take damage, and Mario would warp across the scene, and the giant-tailed Goomba would then die. While continuing to experiment, when moving it to a new location, when the giant-tailed Goomba attacked, not only did everything on camera take damage, but it would also, for some bizarre reason, make almost everything on screen completely disappear. This includes all stage elements, the HUD, and even Mario himself. This resulted in the inability to even quit the stage, likely as it considers Mario to not be touching the ground, which prevents players from leaving the level when paused. Another Mario game which takes yet another different form is the RPG subseries Mario & Luigi, specifically Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey. If you guys actually bought this remake, you may find that you're part of a very small minority. Nintendo decided to remake Bowser's Inside Story, which was originally released on the DS, after their success of the 3DS remake of Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. Interestingly, the development team said they actually remade this game for the 3DS instead of Nintendo Switch due to timing, but also wanted to retain the dual screen aspect of the original release. They also mentioned that they skipped remaking Partners in Time as they only wanted to focus on the most well-received games in the series. Though many reviews for the Bowser's Inside Story remake were positive, the game is actually not just one of the worst-selling titles in the Mario & Luigi series, but even one of the worst-selling Mario games of all time. The game's launch was so poor that it's only beaten in its abysmal sales by the games released for the Virtual Boy. This is in direct contrast to the original Bowser's Inside Story, which remains the best-selling release for the Mario & Luigi sub-series. In Japan, the remake sold just under 9,500 units in its first week, with Famitsu's sales tracker reporting under 35,000 copies sold in its lifetime. If that number doesn't mean anything to you, let us put it in perspective. This remake failed to sell so much that it actually sold over 18 times worse than the Virtual Boy console did in Japan. Shortly after the remake's release, Alpha Dream filed for bankruptcy, closing down entirely. Though it's never been directly stated, it's generally believed that the remake's poor sales resulted in the closure of a company that produced some of the most respected RPGs in Nintendo history. From one Mario title to kind of another but not quite, Puzzle & Dragon Z Super Mario Bros. Edition was a pretty strange 2-for-1 offering, which unsurprisingly combined the Mario series with the Puzzle & Dragon series, a game that at one time seemed set to take over the gaming space with some serious force. And as with most popular games, it has some noteworthy curiosities hidden within. One thing that caught our eyes while exploring the game's files is that it's possible to find a rather bizarre unused graphic where most of the graphics for the game's monsters are found. The image is unlike any other in the game, and it's actually a photograph rather than drawn artwork. The image depicts a man wearing rather fetching purple garb, clutching a staff, donning the head of a rather happy dragon considering his decapitation. This photo is likely a member of the game's staff and would have been used as a placeholder. Another surprise hit on the platform was Fire Emblem Awakening, which proved that Nintendo was wrong to assume Western audiences couldn't get on board with story-driven tactical RPGs. Fire Emblem is a pretty complex franchise, strewn with references to classical mythology. From Greek to Roman to Norse, each game references myths and legends within its locations, classes, and even characters. These nods are as prominent during development as they are in the finished product, as seen with Fire Emblem Awakening's Priam. Anyone familiar with Homer's epic poem The Iliad will immediately clock the name, which the character shares with its benevolent ruler of Troy who stood against Agamemnon in the Trojan War. Moreover, Priam is otherwise known as Paris in the Japanese version of Awakening, another Homeric reference to King Priam's foolhardy son. While these names may seem like they've been chosen at random on the face of it, they're apt once you consider the character's backstory. Fire Emblem's Priam claims to be a descendant of a fan favorite Ike, the protagonist of Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. In terms of the game's lore, Ike had ascended to legend in his own right, elevated by divine power and granted with the title of the Radiant Hero. It makes sense that the character claiming to be descended from divine heroes would be given the name of a mythological prince, and yet the two couldn't be more different. Homer's Paris incited the war on Troy and is portrayed as a coward deeply unskilled in close combat. Fire Emblem's Priam, however, is a seasoned warrior, disciplined to a fault, and rejects the offer of recruitment unless the player can defeat him and his band of mercenaries. We can't know for sure, but perhaps the name was changed from Paris to Priam in the localization so that he could share a name with a Homeric figure with a more honorable cultural standing. Presumably, the ideal substitute would have been the name of Priam's older, wiser son, Hector, but the name had already been given to another beloved Fire Emblem protagonist years earlier. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia, and this time we're going possibly as far from the largely family-friendly 3DS as we can with Resident Evil Village. When the demo was released for the game, it seemed like only a matter of time before somebody found something peculiar within it. In most games, temporary text can be used to fill space, with the intention being that eventually the text would be replaced with something more fitting at a later date. While most developers will use the standard lorem ipsum filler text, one of Resident Evil's graphic designers decided to use text from elsewhere for a texture that would appear on a plastic bottle found in one of the homes. By taking a close look at the writing on the bottle, players would see the text, "When you were here before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. You're so very special. I wish I was special." Many will recognize this text as the lyrics from the Radiohead song, Creep. Why these wound up on the side of a plastic bottle is anyone's guess, but we suppose at least the song fits the game's horror themes, being a somewhat unsettling song about an inebriated man stalking a woman he finds attractive. Did you also know that Banjo-Kazooie was actually owned by Nintendo for a brief time and not Rare? Or that some of the Pokemon in Ruby and Sapphire were originally going to be very different? For more facts, check out our videos on Nintendo 64 and Game Boy Advance game facts. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more video game trivia, and hit the notification bell as well, because apparently that's also important. Hold on, let me check my notes. Yeah, it says here, it just says have a great day. I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo, baby.
Port City's as good as lost. Must you go back?
I must go back in order to end all this. You shall now witness the true power of the spark, Raven!
A car is very hard to control. Like, it is a very complex system, and in a simulation engine, it has loop upon loop upon loop. A tire itself is a spring. Then there's the springs of the suspension, the car. I had a pretty atypical background coming into games. I was a martial arts instructor, but it turns out that martial arts does not necessarily pay the bills that great. So I started looking for jobs, and a friend of mine, my roommate actually, said that they were hiring at Microsoft to test I Drive, and then some racing titles like Midtown Madness and Motocross Madness and Monster Truck Madness and a whole bunch of Madness titles. Eventually, the original Xbox was announced internally, and when some jobs opened up to go full-time, I started working full-time and immediately started working with Bizarre box. You know, Gran Turismo was a juggernaut, and that really cleared the business case and put the onus onto this very small team, there were 4 of us, to come up with a creative pitch. We got together and put this pitch together for Forza, and it was a new take. You know, we were looking at the racing space I tuned cars, I raced cars, I loved that stuff, and so did other people on the team. So that idea of customization and building your car instead of just buying it was something we loved. Forza, obviously, it's a racing game, it's in the car genre. I think different players are looking So we made a prototype, and that was a track that it was stitching together a whole bunch of different ideas. foundational layer of the physics engine itself, and the engine would become more quote-unquote arcadey. We immediately went to this idea that the physics engine was sacred, and it has to be cutting edge at all times, and the layers we add on top are things you can enable or disable that make it more controllable to control. Add that to the physics layer, we put that on top. So sometimes the inspiration is new tech, like the original Xbox had a hard drive and it had a NIC card, and that allowed us to create new experiences. So we were inspired by things that would use that. That actually birthed Drivatar, because Drivatar needed to create big data caches, and you really couldn't have done that without a hard drive. Drivatar is an AI technology that we worked on in the original Forza Motorsport with Microsoft Research in Cambridge. And at start, it was a machine learning system on a hard drive using a Bayesian neural network. One driver at the time, could both be so incredibly fast, but they drive so differently. In fact, you could tell which driver was driving which car based on how the car yawed and how it drove in the rain and how strictly they went into corners. So they started looking at Bayesian neural networks, learning networks, to learn a line based on how somebody drove. So they would have people like me drive a car in our physics engine, and that would give them a line, and then they would classify that line and then generalize it to a new application. So they might take a given corner that I was in and say, okay, we're going to classify that as a right angle corner, and you took it at 10/10 or 8/10 of the car's capability, you came in with this much yaw, now we're going to go to another track that you've never driven in another car you've never driven, and we're going to replay that. But of course you can't replay it because it's got new variables. So it has to then use the neural network to develop a new line. That was a really interesting challenge, but in some ways it was a mismatch with Forza, which is about building cars, falling in love with cars, which means we have hundreds of cars and they all have upgrades. So that whole, like, how different is one driver versus another in the same car, that's a level of subtlety that requires the cars to be same. When you've got two people in cars that are radically different, a car may have 400 more horsepower or 1,000 more pounds of weight. That really changes how a car drives. So from the very beginning, we had an interesting piece of technology, but it was a slight mismatch with the goals of the game. Ever since then, we have encountered new mismatches that are for us to either design around as designers or implement around with technology. It's hard to know even where to start when it comes to AI challenges. I think you got to start with what players expect out of an opponent in a racing game. What they love is seeing their friends' names and kind of a de-resed version of what they think their players are, almost like a cartoon or a characterization. And we found that when we gave really subtle representations of how your friends drive, people didn't even recognize it. They had to get kind of bombastic. They had to go beyond how they really drive. And that creates unpredictable AI, which is one of the problems. And what if you have a catastrophic mistake? You don't want to necessarily restart the lap, but if you go off track, it could be quite a while. So those are more the design challenges, that our technology then looks to match. Part of those technological problems are a car is very hard to control. Like, it is a very complex system, and we're amazing. I mean, humans, we will throw a car into a corner and just intuit that it's going to be able to take this corner at 60 miles an hour because I've done a couple of laps with us, humans, on the track. So the opponents, the AI opponents, have to deal with this incredibly unpredictable this computer to deal with the complexity of this whole situation. So on the Xbox One, the original, I still get that confused. On the original Xbox and the Xbox 360, our Drivatar system was local to the hard drive. And on Forza Motorsport 5, we switched that to being on server.
So this is Hellcore, a little indie game I stumbled across. I don't even remember how, but it's like a mix of RPG, resource management type of something or other. But as you can see, it's very demonic looking, and it just looks really cool. I don't know. That just grabbed me. And apparently, like, you can craft all sorts of different, like, torture devices and things like that. And apparently later on, I haven't gotten that far, but later on in the game, you can start fighting other demons that are also trying to, like, you know, start a business in hell, which is apparently the thing that's going on. Like, the devil's overworked with punishing sinners, so you're like one of the people that freelance torturing or something, but like of sinners, so not like, you know, in a bad way, I guess. It's good kind of torture. Anyway, yeah, definitely I think the sensitivity as far as like the aiming and like the colliders needs improvement, and the base walking speed I feel like could be improved. But other than that, like little things like that, this definitely has a lot of potential, because I unless there's some that I don't know about, there's not many games that combine the demonic hellscape type thing with like a resource management thing, especially with this aesthetic. This is like that I'm really impressed by it. This looks so creepy and eerie, and it's just awesome looking. I would definitely put it on the wish list on Steam for whenever it comes out. Like I said, this is the demo, and yeah, it definitely has a lot going for it, and I look forward to the full finished game coming out. So that is Hellcore.
So these were Thunderhead servers for Xbox Live. This was a pretty cool change and brought in a whole new set of problems. We had Drivatar fairly well tamed on the local box because it wasn't really being infected by other people's data. It was really about local Drivatars we trained and your own Drivatar, which dramatically reduced the amount of variables coming into the user experience. When we went to Thunderhead, all of a sudden it was a massive amount of data, which is awesome. It's great for training a neural net. Like, data is your friend when you're training learning networks. However, I feel like we've had a tiger by the tail ever since then, has been that your friends are coming into your game and their behaviors are showing up in your game. So technologically, it was really cool. And from a user experience, it's had a couple of sparklers that are incredible. Great user experiences, but it's also had some irritants that we've had to look at. How do we shackle, and how do we tame, and how do we change the user experience? All of a sudden, the Drivatar system wasn't just using your data. So you might train it with 100 laps. And that's pretty ambitious that you actually did 100 laps in various cars on various tracks. And that would train up the system for how you drive. And then we had trained the data that was on the disk and was in the game based on, you know, hundreds of thousands of our own laps, right? All of a sudden, going to Thunderhead, we had millions of laps within, what, a week? It was crazy. And that allowed us to take a system that would classify, and that's what neural nets do, right? They're classifying. You think about the joke in Silicon Valley, right? Not a hot dog.
That's it?
That's what AI does. It classifies. And the thing it classifies best is not A. It can tell you it's not of this, it's not of that. And the truth is, that's magic. I know it sounds not very ambitious to most people, but it's pretty amazing. So all of a sudden, we had millions of data points for it to classify. So the AI got very fast, it got very weird in spots, it did things we didn't expect, and we had to start like clamping that. We didn't want it to do this behavior, but the problem is it's a bit of a black box. You don't know why it's doing the behavior. That's what AI is. You feed in data and it feeds out what it wants to do. It doesn't tell you why, you know, it's like a 2-year-old. You just kind of have to take the output and then you can put a restrictor on it and have it do less of that or modify its output in some fashion. So the data was a huge boon. We started learning about how players drive. We started getting laps we didn't expect. Things got fast in ways we didn't expect. They got slow in ways we didn't expect. And weird inaccuracies showed up in our system that we really didn't expect. Now I'm going to have to dive super deep for a second. So the way that we classify a track is using what we call a chi value. It's basically a value from 0 to 1, where 0 is the inside of the track and 1 is the outside of the track. And when we record a line, it's a series of points. Now those points are said in that chi value. So you might say that if you are towards the outside of the track, you are at like 0.9 chi value. And if you're at the inside of a track, maybe you're at a 0.1, or maybe you're lower than that, like a 0.01. So all the way around every single track, a track is expressed by these chi values, which gives you 3 lines: an outside line, an inside line, and then a middle line, the line that the AI is going to drive or that a player recorded in these chi values. Here's the issue. When you want to classify and generalize, you're trying to say this corner is like that corner and that corner is like this corner, and you're starting to stitch together virtual lines based on a whole bunch of information. Now it's going to look at the lines ahead and the lines behind, and new inaccuracies come in because, you know, the corkscrew at Laguna Seca is a very complex corner, and you can't really generalize it to any other corner in the world, and the system may try. And we don't have control over it because it's a black box. Inaccuracies show up because if you think about a track, it's easy to conceptualize it as there's an outside and an inside, but if you really think about a track, the outside and the inside move. You know, a curbing shows up or doesn't show up, it gets a little bit of extra concrete over here. And so all of a sudden, the scale of that chi value changes because the track's really wide. And when you go from section to section, it changes in width. So the chi value is still accurate, but you're getting little changes that make it harder for the system to deal with. Well, what that would end up with is lines that have an imperceptible small kink as they get replayed, because they go from one track which has no curbing to a track that has curbing, or whatever, right? There's a whole host of these things that could make it different. Well, the line follower sees the kink and says, how am I going to make that? Clearly I have to hit the brakes. And so we got this braking behavior that showed up out of nowhere. So what do? You say, well, hey, don't hit the brakes so sensitively. You know, kind of overlook some of that stuff. But now you've actually told the controller, hey, ignore some data. Sometimes you do need to hit the brakes, but this time we're telling you not to do it. So all of a sudden we're putting programming on top of the black box, which is more like traditional AI, where you're actually programming if this, then that. So we kind of got a hybrid now, where we've got a black box training some data, and then this thing on top of it. Meanwhile, we wanted to keep some of the behavior your player did. So we wanted you to make contact if you were a player that made contact. Players don't always appreciate having contact made with them. So we then limited that to only your friends. So strangers' drivatars weren't allowed to make contact even if they wanted to. So this is yet again another limitation put onto this set of data. The sparklers that happened were water cooler talk. We'd get people coming around saying, hey, I drove against your drivatar and it was doing this or it was doing that. It was really fast, it was really slow, and it kind of reminds you of them when you play in the game. These were awesome experiences, really delightful for our players. But they came along with a bag of behavior like brake checking that nobody wanted to see, or getting pit maneuvered in a corner. Here's another complexity. Watching all of the other cars around you is very complex. In fact, most players have very poor perception of the cars around them. If they're not on screen in front of them, they don't realize there's a car in their rear quarter panel. Even real drivers struggle with that. Great drivers have almost like radar. They know where everybody is around them, just like a great soccer player or a great basketball player. Now, give that to an AI where we have discussions of performance, and we can't all of a sudden have it go exponentially that every single opponent is tracking 16 other opponents. So we have to limit that. So for the most part, our AI is only watching one car. And if it's not you, it might run into you without even knowing. In fact, it might even hit you and be continuing to hit you and not know that it's hitting you at all. When we get more performance, we're able to apply that performance to watching more things, but it's just been one thing after another. One way you can make things more efficient is you can run something offline, maybe on a server, or it could be run during load time. So that is when the game is loading, but before you're on track, we could run something and cache a table full of information. So for example, there's a Bugatti Veyron on track. It's a heavy car, it's incredibly powerful. It's a tricky car for AI to drive because its limits are ridiculous. It's so heavy, it is so performant. We could run that track through a lightweight simulation during load time and then cache the results so that when the AI has to look up how fast can I take this corner? Oh, through my simulation, I can take this corner at 60, so I should throw myself at it at 60. I have to brake at this point to hit that. That allows us to run more AI on the track because we're now more performant. So every one of these cars could have a lookup table. Now, if our cars were all the same, then we wouldn't need as much. But the truth is, it's not just a Veyron. It could be a Veyron that you've thrown upgrades on. Maybe racing tires, or downforce, or some other piece of technology. So we have to run it in load time because the number of permutations across 700 cars and all of those different upgrades is innumerable. We could not cache that amount, even if we did it on a server. So we have to do that in load time, and we choose to do that in load time so that we're more performant in real time. But now, there's other AI on the track, and maybe there's a puddle, or maybe there's rain, or maybe there's a human on the track. How am I going to deal with this? Should I pit? Should I not pit? Am I damaged? I mean, there's a whole lot of things that are part of what we call racecraft. Now, each one of these have their own set of problems. Places where you can apply learning neural networks, deep neural networks, places where you're better off with caching, and then places where you look to simplify. And we've got numerous places that we have looked at simplifying over the years. And honestly, when I say when we get more powerful boxes, we get greedy, that's what we remove. We remove simplifications on things like the AI or the physics engine itself. We will do new research projects to find new complexities in real-world physics and integrate them into our game. And then in load time, real time, or even offline, we will use caching techniques to reduce some of that complexity so we can run at 60 frames per second. So in most racing games, there's this concept called rubber banding. It's often highly maligned by players, but I'm going to try and impartially explain why it exists, and then I can tell you how we use it. So in racing, you don't restart very often, right? So you start a race, let's say it's 5 minutes long, you run off the track, and getting back on track is a little bit difficult. So as a result, you fall way behind the opponent players. We need a way for you to catch up to those players, or else you feel like all is lost. Now we have a rewind system in Forza Motorsport and
Checkmate.
Forza Horizon, which also helps take care of this. So a catastrophic failure, you can actually rewind and redo it. Drivatar and Rewind help us because we've got a myriad of lines to follow and we have the ability for you to fix your catastrophic mistake, but you still end up with wanting to have more pack around you. It's just more entertaining racing. So we've looked at a couple different ways of doing rubber banding. We don't change the opponent's characteristics, but if they're far ahead of you, we start scaling back their torque, we start scaling down their friction, we start adding weight, we play with aerodynamics. The reason we have to play with so many parameters, because if you play with any one of them too much, it does crazy stuff, right? You can't double the torque. The tires will just spin. You can't do too much air friction or the car slows to almost a crawl at like 160 miles per hour. So we've tried to be very sparing of where we use it, because if you come in contact with a car that has, let's say 20-30% more friction in its tires, it's not going to look right. It's not going to feel right when you collide with them because they have more grip. I think the reason it's maligned by players is when it's put on really heavy and you feel like you are going to win the race, and on the final 500 meters, some car comes whizzing up from behind you and passes you at the last second. That is really irritating. That's something we've avoided. But there's a connection between rubber banding and the inaccuracies that have come out of our black box. We have a setting in Motorsport, it's in Horizon as well, called Unbeatable. Unbeatable AI is in fact beatable. All of our professional esports players toy with that AI. They are so fast and they are so good that they can beat that AI without problem. We could not make it fast enough because of these kinks in the chi value. It just would break itself a little bit. It would sort of stop occasionally. The other issue is the line follower. So it sees it wants to follow this line at a certain speed, but our line follower was digital. So that would mean it would full brake or it would full throttle. Creating a controller that intuitively knows exactly how much throttle and how much brake to give on a very complex system is pretty hard. So we were doing it that way, and then we would let the AI use our ABS system and our traction control system to limit how much power it got. But that's not the fastest way of driving. Our pro drivers, myself even, I don't drive with traction control. Often I don't drive with ABS, which means I get more out of the tires, more out of the car, which means I'm faster with that car. The AI is already driving with one hand tied behind its back by using these assists because it's so binary. So we ended up having to use rubber banding not just in the pocket when it's around you, but actually to close the gap to drivers, not even pro drivers, but drivers like me. Since then, we've done a ton of experimentation. This is what's so exciting. We've been experimenting with a new controller that's able to give analog, and we've turned off the assists. So the AI now drives. It can do modulated throttle. It can do modulated braking. That's awesome. We also got rid of the chi value error by going to a new system of classifying the track, basically. As a result, our test opponents and our test bed have gotten so crazy fast. It's ridiculous. Our hope is to get rid of rubber banding for difficulty entirely. Have it completely off, and the only reason there'd be any rubber banding ever would be outside of the pocket when you've had a catastrophic failure, and we don't want to stop the opponents. We never do that, but we want to slow them down a bit. That would be a great use of rubber banding. So we've organized a team that's just been doing experiments on Drivatar, as well as on neural networks and how they could be applied to different places in our game, our build system, our tools, all over the place. And then we see the results of how much faster the opponents get with and without cheating. What about a new controller? What if we cache, do things in real time? And they just try new experiments and we see what works. We design something, we think players are going to react this way, and it turns out they react that way. You gotta be really careful when you ask players what they want, and even when you ask them what they did. We found that over the years that players have told us they used rewind X amount, and then we look at the data and they actually use it sometimes 30, sometimes 50, sometimes 100% more than they remembered using it. The feature was incredibly well used by people, but it wasn't always well loved. It broke up the action, it caused problems with our line recording for AI. So that was one of those features we had to look at what do players perceive versus what do players actually do. Same thing with self-reporting from players on how rough the AI was. We had to look at what was really causing the AI opponent to run into them. Was it that the AI didn't see them, which is a problem? Was it the AI didn't have control of the car because it was being too binary with its inputs? Or was it that the AI thought, I should hit this person because that's what I was trained to do by my Drivatar. Well, we can take care of the third one. We can, get rid of that. But we needed to do radical experiments to figure out how to get the car to control better and how to give it better vision.
Oh yeah! Drivers coming from everywhere! Now it's a party!
We've constantly had to grapple and wrestle with what players perceive and what they expect and what we're capable of. I love what we figured out over the years, though. I think we've made a much more robust system. And in, I think it was Forza Motorsport 6, we added a parameter where you could toggle on or off AI aggression, just on your friend opponent. Because we found players that really loved it. They loved having the rougher race, and they loved having the reminder of, oh yeah, that drives like John, versus I need a predictable field that never hits me. The biggest thing we're tackling is we've been improving our controller, don't all the way brake or all the way accelerate, and turning off those assists so that the Drivatar, the actual AI, is able to control the car in a very nuanced fashion the way a player can. A more complex simulation of the car heading into our caching of that player data, so that when the AI is trying to play the car back, is trying to control that car, it has a much better intuition of, if I brake, the car is going to slow down at this rate. Judging what is a collision and what's not a collision and whose fault it is, that's a great thing for deep neural nets, and we've been applying that. The thing that's impressed me the most that we've been playing with is by turning off all the assists, all of the scalars, any sort of cheats or anything like that, but improving the line value. The AI has gotten so fast. So it destroys our unbeatable setting, which was the one that I could sometimes compete with, and the unbeatable setting was cheating. And now it's being destroyed by this car controller and fixed line follower. These are just cool things to see happen in technology. And so we're doing that with the research team in Redmond, and we're just playing around with this stuff and seeing where it goes and where it's useful. We started looking at neural networks pretty early. As part of the original Xbox and the hard drive 2005, there weren't a lot of game teams looking at neural networks. As a result, maybe we got jaded, maybe we got experienced, I don't know how you want to say it, but when all of a sudden everyone was talking about solve everything with AI, we had a very realistic eye on that. There are some things AI and DNN, deep neural networks, are incredibly powerful for. But, they're not like peanut butter. They're not good on everything, right? You got to decide where you put them. So a lot of the learning has been the right amount of experimentation to make these features come to life. AI doesn't just have to be applied to opponents. It can be applied to build systems. It can be applied to optimization. It can be applied to a whole lot of different areas of your pipeline and your experience. So I think a lot of the learning we've had is going really eyes wide open into deep neural networks. It's a black box. You put in a ton of data, but what you're going to get out of that is going to be a bit of a black box. You got to take what you get. And then you're going to have to add scalars and things on top. So it's not this like one size fits all solution. You're kind of doing a deal with the devil. And it's powerful, but you got to know what you're doing. But it's just been super interesting. We learned so much about our players and what they love. We learned more about racing in the real world. And on top of that, we learn more about what our technology can and can't do and what's really magic about it.
Hello everyone, so I'm Gauthier Boeda. I'm working at Square Enix in the Advanced Technology Division as an AI engineer. And today we'll talk about verbal interaction with emotional character AI. So at first, before going further, I would like to say that all the content and assets that has been created for the demo I will show later has been created only for conferences and studies purposes. So it's not a new IP at all, not a new game, it's just experimental. And this asset has been created by the people in the bottom row, so mostly technical artists and technical animators. And at the top row, we have 2 AI engineers and 2 product managers. So thank you to all of them, and also thank you to all the people that helped me on this project. OK, so let's move to the motivations. And what are we trying actually to improve here? So when we started to experiment in virtual reality with non-playable characters, we were amazed by how we were able to feel their presence in this world, giving us a real feeling of being part of it. But we were with our own body, so we wanted to interact with them in a natural way. But we were limited to buttons or other classic mechanisms that did not apply well to VR. So we wanted to do more. And on the AI side, it was looking at us as if we were a ghost, just looking through us, not really caring about what we were doing. So we wanted to also improve this aspect. So how can we do it? By bringing more natural interactions through voice, also through body language. And on the AI side, by creating a more aware, expressive, and lively agent that can interact with the player appropriately through actions, emotion, and reactions, but also to answer their own needs. So at first, before the whole explanation, I would like to show a little demonstration of what we have done so far. And we'll be able to see that the agent, Coburn, will express a lot of different emotions and reactions to what he is experiencing in the world. And he will also react to my voice and my speech, and also what I am pointing in the world. So let's check it.
Hello.
A bit loud.
Can you plug the tank in the hole?
So here you understood what I was talking about, but the canister has a lot of smoke
Great.
emitting from it.
Oh.
It's quite poisonous, so he's fleeing away right now.
We have to fix that. Can you plug the nozzle in the white thing?
So here I am trying to fix the white thing, which is a canister in this case.
Great. Yeah, repaired. Can you plug this in this hole, please?
And here I was using my hands to point at the object in the world, and the agent was able to understand.
Great. Take the orange clip.
Here again with another predicate, orange, and you understood that it was a clip. But yeah, I was a bit bad toward my AI at the end. He's not very happy about it. But he didn't know that the electricity was something bad for him, but he learned about it, and so he flew away from it. So what's on the menu today? So we'll talk about our speech recognition pipeline, and then the decision making with the emotional component, and some factual statement at the end. So let's start with the speech recognition and pipeline. So the first block is our speech recognition engine. It's taking the voice and translating it into a sentence or a list of predicated words with their part of speech. And we are sending this data to our game experience through the voice pipeline. And the first block is the grammar parser. And here the goal is to translate this language-based grammar into our ontology-based grammar. So you can see some new types, such as predicates and objects, which is much more easily understood by our AI. And then we have a word abstraction step, where the goal is to translate these words into a language-independent representation. And here it's the colored block you can see here. So why do we want to do that? Well, we want to support multiple languages without limiting the player's set of vocabulary. So if later I want to add French or another language, I don't want to do all the bindings one by one manually. It's too much work, and I want a better way to do that, a method that is maybe automated. The main problem here is that words are language-based, so they don't have binding one-to-one between languages. So we need to abstract them. And the idea here was to create the DNA of a word, in this case, thinking about what could be the genes. So if I say take an apple or take a break, these two take has different meaning. So you could actually have your word take and tag it with all the different meaning it has. And one meaning could be one gene, and then the DNA will be just a list of meanings. So with that idea, we decided to use WordNet, a database of set of cognitive synonyms named SynSet. It's expressing a distinct concept, and it supports multiple languages, which is what we want. So let's take an example. Let's say that we want to create a concept of big in our experience, as in a big apple. So an adjective here. At first, we search in our database what are the different meanings of big. We have maybe 20, but it's too much. So which big meaning are we actually interested in? So we said an adjective, so let's remove the adverbs. And then we're going to check all the meaning one by one and select the one that we're interested in. In this case, we're interested in above average in size or number or quantity or extent, and also significant. And these two meanings will make our DNA for the concept of big we wanted to create. If we have some doubts about one of these meanings, we can check the WordNet database in detail and understand to which words they are actually bound to in the different languages it supports. And we also have synthesis examples at the bottom. So it's very easy to understand if this meaning is the one you want. Okay, so now our statement is totally language independent, and we are supporting multiple languages thanks to WordNet. And also, now that on the previous one, yes, this one, yep. So now, the goal will be to try to understand these abstracted words into the concept that we're actually supporting in our game world. For instance, pickup and enormous are not part of our game, but we have take and we have big as well. And because they are close to pickup and enormous, our grounding step will be able to translate them into take and big. So here we are going to use the utility-based scoring method. So here is a simple one. We have the word enormous with its DNA. And we have a list of predicates that we are supporting in our game world. So big, small, red, with their own DNA. And we are just going to compare their DNA and check which DNA is the closest to the DNA of enormous. In this case, big is going to be the closest. So enormous is going to become big. So now, if I say, for instance, take a giant apple, giant will also be translated into big. So we are actually now extending the player set of vocabulary. And we are also supporting multiple languages. So now we don't even know actually how many words we are supporting now. However, here we are still outside of our AI. We are just in our voice pipeline. So we cannot ground everything. Objects particularly relies on the knowledge of each agent. For instance, on the left, agent A knows about a bowl, a banana, and a table. So if I say take a fridge, it will try to understand the DNA of fridge against a bowl or a banana or a table. It doesn't know yet what is a fridge. So we'll do it later. Okay, so now our statement is ready. So we just store it in our statement memory, and we can move to the next step, which is the decision making. So our decision-making system is very simple. We have a goal manager and a planner. And the goal manager is utility-based. So we have a list of goals, and we are going to compute a score for each of them, and we are going to execute the highest scored one. In this case, it's going to be listen to player, and the plan that we are going to have is listen, which will just copy the statement from the statement memory into the AI memory. And then the agent can decide if he wants to execute or not this order. In this case, it does want to. So we are going to have a plan that will be look for this object and then go near this item and take it. And that's where we're actually going to do our grounding for the object. So the look for action, we try to understand to which object it is the closest to inside the AI memory. And to do so, we are going to use again a utility-based system. is going to be the infinite axis utility system. So what I didn't say earlier is that goals can actually have targets. So you can have multiple goals with different targets and compute a score for each of them. And that's what we are going to do for the look for action. We are going to have one goal, find suitable objects, and plenty of targets. And these targets are going to be the items that my AI knows. And we are going to compute a score for each of them. So now we are going to try to understand how close or similar is this target against the object that we have in our statement, which was our enormous apple. So it will depend on different axes. The first one is object type. So we are going to compare how close the type of target and this object DNA is. And then the size and a lot of different axes, such as color, location, closeness, and confidence. We are going to have a weight, a score for each of them, and combining the score, and we'll get the score for target. So let's move into our object type axis and understand how we can compare the type of this apple, for instance, against our object DNA. What we can do is just compute the DNA of apple and compare both DNA together. In this case, we have the same DNA, so we are going to have a score of 1. And for banana and table, the DNA is totally different, so the score will be 0. I don't know if you see it now, but we are looking for an enormous apple, which is an edible fruit. Nevertheless, the score of banana and table are the same, very far away. But banana is a fruit as well, an edible fruit. So it will be better to have a better score than 0, but maybe not 1, because it's a utility system. So we have actually a better way to do so. WordNet organized all these synsets or meanings into a hierarchy. And our object apple is actually going to be located right there, below edible fruit, which is also the case for banana, but not table, which is located quite high in the hierarchy. So we can see how we can get a better score here. So at first, we are going to check where our object DNA is located inside this hierarchy, and set the node to 1, and just interpolate until the root. And all the nodes below, because they are also apples, are going to be set to 1. And now we can compute a score for all the different objects we have. So apple is going to be 1, but banana is going to be this time 0.86, and table is going to be 0.14. So now we have a better score. And for instance, if in my game there is no apple, and I say pick up an enormous apple, maybe the agent will actually take a banana instead, but it's still close enough and acceptable. It's better than a table, right? OK, so let's take an example this time with our apple A and try to score it. So the type is the same, so we are going to have a score of 1. And then for the size, we are going to check our AI memory. How big is this apple against the thing I know? It's average in size, so we are going to have a score of 0.5. And we do the same for the other axis, and we get a score of 0.91 for apple A. We do this for all the different items, and the winner in this case is apple B, our biggest apple inside the memory, which is what we wanted. OK, so the look for action has found that the closest item inside the AI memory is apple B. So now we are just going nearby this item and take it. And that's what I'm going to show you inside this video, but with different objects. It's going to be an orange clip. And because from now on we are going to talk about emotions, you will also see some new things, such as emotional reactions with liking, disliking behaviors.
Take the orange clip. Sorry. Please, take it. OK, you don't want to take it, right? I will remove electricity then. And now, can you take the orange clip? Great, you are willing to take it this time. Can you plug it to the red ball, please?
So So the goal of this experience was to fix the rocket, and by plugging the cable to the red pole, we fixed half of it. That's why the agent was happy at the end. But earlier, he has been shocked by the cable, so he was not really liking it at all. But at the end, he was maybe starting to like it. So I will explain this in the next part, but before, let me introduce our emotional component. So it's composed of 3 different modules. The first one is emotion, so a very short-term feeling that evolves quickly over time, such as joy, distress, and fear. And we have also a mood module, which is a much more long-term feeling that evolves slowly and smoothly over time, like exuberant, depressed, and afraid. And they are going to influence each other. And on top of these 2 modules, we'll have a personality module that will define the agent. That has no real evolution over time, and it's things such as curiosity, shyness, and laziness. So let's go in our emotion module at first. So this is an inspired OCC model. It's not the original one, but it may still look a bit complex. So I will explain it. So it's taking at the top a valence reaction or an event, and we just assess from our AI point of view if it's a positive thing or a negative thing. And then, depending on the type of event, like an aspect of object, if I saw something in the world, for instance, I may like it or dislike it. Therefore, I will generate a love or hate emotion. If this event is a consequence of something that happened in the world or a consequence of an action, we may express joy or distress. And if this event is an action of an agent, if it's my own actions, I'm going to express pride or shame. And if it's the action of the player, for instance, I may express admiration or reproach towards the player. And also, if there is a related consequence to these actions, if it's a related consequence to my own actions, I'm going to express maybe gratification or remorse. And if it's a related consequence to the action of the player, I may express gratitude or anger toward him. So that's the model. It may even still be complex. So let's take an example. So earlier in this video, the agent has been shocked by the cable. And this cable was activated by the player. He has pressed the button, right? So this event is negative for our agent, I think, right? And it was a consequence of the event, of the action of the player, activation of the button. So we are going to express our distress emotion. We are not really happy that we have been shocked by the cable. But we are also going to express anger towards the player because it's his fault that I has been shocked by this cable. And that's how we are going to generate our emotions. So now, how can we like or dislike the thing in the world? Well, earlier, when the agent has been shocked by the cable, we have generated our distress emotions. But we can do one more thing at this step. We can also add a negative affect to the cable object, but also to the electrified predicate. And an affect will just be an intensity with a memorable duration, so that it can forget over time. And now, thanks to this affect, the agent will not like anything that is a cable or anything that is electrified. So if there is another electrified something over there, it will not get close to it. So great. The agent does not like the electrified cable anymore. So what if we tell him to take it again? Well, the plan is still the same. We are still going to look for our cable. We are going to find it, and then we are going to try to go nearby this cable. But because he's hating it, he will refuse, and the plan will be cancelled. Okay, next, the mood. So it is based on the PAD model, so pleasure, arousal, dominance. And the P means how pleasant is an emotion. A is about how intense is an emotion. And D, a bit more complex, it's about how much control and influence the agent has over situations. And inside this cube, we'll have all of our emotions. And this cube can be separated into 8 octants. For instance, here we have the mood afraid. And at the top right, where joy is, it's going to be the mood exuberant. So we have 8 of them. And inside this cube, we will have our default mood, which is currently at the position 0, 0, 0. And this mood is going to move smoothly over time.
Do you feel like you invested too much time and money in a game you no longer play? Don't you hate the fact that you cannot withdraw your game credits nor use them in other games? Isn't it frustrating to provide your credit card details to do in-app purchases? We present you Kudo. Kudo coins are generated and distributed among all players and game developers according to their activeness. With Kudo, you're able to earn cryptocurrency for the time you invested playing. Then you can spend it in every Kudo adherent game without the need to use complicated transactions and fees such as credit cards and other payment methods. You can even withdraw it to your own crypto wallet. To start, just go to Kudo's website at app.kudo.io or one of the Kudo adherent games. Under the Kudo login button, create an account. Once you're logged in, Kudo magic will happen. With Kudo, you will start accumulating crypto rewards while having fun with all adhering games. You can check out the full game list at app.kudo.io or even submit your own game for a chance to be added. Join us to start earning Kudo now.
Hello, and welcome to a game called Mind Scanners. This is not a completely blind playthrough. I did see 2 episodes of Markiplier playing through it, just enough to get me interested in the game, which it definitely did. So this is a dystopian psychological game, so it's very different from what I normally put on my channel, but it looked very interesting, and well, let's get to it. Greetings, citizen. As you are well aware, your daughter is now in the care of the structure. She has been placed in quarantine at the Zignatlka Institute, as she has shown signs of a highly contagious mental illness. Details of her condition are classified, but we assure you that she is in good hands. For normality and the mind, the structure. Request to visit your daughter denied. To access the Zignoka Institute, you must be a mind scanner with a level 3 citizenship. We understand your concern, but there is no need to worry. For your inconvenience, your daily maintenance is reduced by 2 kapuk. Structure. Congratulations, you have been accepted to the Mind Scanners program. Enclosed is the needed equipment for the job. This includes a radio phone through which you will receive further instructions. The constructor thanks you for your service. For normality and the mind, the structure. Boop. Greetings, Mind Scanner. Your duty is to diagnose and treat anomalous citizens of the structure. Okie dokie. For each completed treatment, you will receive 15 kapuk. If you can't pay maintenance at the end of each day, you will be exiled from the structure and thrown into the outer zone. I'm assuming I don't want that. This map of the structure shows citizens who have shown signs of strange behavior. Look, a citizen is in need of attention. Go pay him a visit. Okay, I will. I will do that. Okay. Old Henson Park, the Ventures District. The oldest park in the structure and the home of many strange creatures. Take a step inside the outside. Inside the outside. It's just a weird sentence. Rutger is a true nature enthusiast. He knows every tree in the structure and is the chief conservator of Triangle Park. Lately, he has become more connected with nature. In fact, he believes he is an oak tree. Well, that sounds pretty sketchy. Swish, swish. I mean, I don't think trees make sounds at all, but okay. This citizen has already been scanned. His insanity amount and insanity types are displayed here. Okay, so he's got 3 insanity. Okay. Start treatment and remove his sanity before time runs out. Okay. Alright. Treatment. Okay. Alright, so these things you have to remove, and I know that later on you get different things that target the specific symbols. And this one, let's see. Oh, that's pretty easy. Oh yeah, okay, I need to switch to one that he does have, okay. Yay! Treatment complete. 15 kapuk. I'm not an oak tree. No, that's sort of silly, isn't it? I guess I spent too much time with vegetation. I better go visit my friends again. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Mr. Broccoli Man. Good job, Mind Scanner. No more citizens require attention today. Get some rest and continue tomorrow. Okay. End of day 1. Maintenance, -6 kapuk. That's kind of weird. Because I thought that it was 7. At least on the 2 episodes I saw of this being played, it was 7 for maintenance. But I'm fine with it being cheaper. I like saving money. Your daughter is trapped in a room. You try to unlock the room, but the key breaks. She screams. 3 citizens require your attention. Choose a citizen and perform a mind scan to unravel their insanity. Remember, you take full responsibility for their diagnosis. Okay. And that's one thing I liked about... Whoa! This person... Okay, so that actually makes it pretty cool. Because that first person was in the video that I saw, but these this one in the middle, I think their name was Barbara. Yeah, see, yeah. But these other two on the outside were not in the video, so that's pretty cool that it's kind of random. Since this one I already know about, I'll go with one of the ones I don't know anything about. Okay, so let's go with this guy. Gilbert has been missing for years and presumed dead. Somehow he has managed to disappear from society, but lately he has been spotted at the sewer entrance in the booths, as well as at various cafes. Does he think he's a rat? Alright, let's look at this guy real quick. Ben Widget is an expert in the past and a respected preserver of history. In the past few weeks, his wife has stated that her husband's fascination with the medieval era has become absurd. Okay, so he thinks he's like a knight or something. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see his name up here. Okay, so it's like a play on Benedict Cumberbatch. Benawidget Balderdash. Nice. Nice. What's this guy's name? Gilbert Rhodes. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Takes 50 of my time things. Travel to him. 65. 65. Okay, so let's go visit Gilbert. Gilbert jumps from the shadows, shows his claws, and hisses. He is a total mess. Okie dokie. Hiss. Be warned, above beware of the rodent. Come too close, and you'll be torn to pieces. The rodent will bite you, and give you the plague. I'll keep my distance. Good. Or you will probably die. Hiss. And the mind scan thing is pretty cool. It's pretty much like you doing like a virtual Rorschach test. Where like you show them a nonsense thing up here, and what they see gives you an insight into their mental state. Okay, doctor, so I'll tell you what I see on the screen. Hope you can make sense of it. Let's begin. Lava lava. A slice of pie. Not too rotten. Ooh, lava lava. I didn't really get any of these out of that. I don't think he's a baker or gourmet. Survival? Maybe? Yes! Okay, so when you pick the right one, it lights up one of these 3 squares. You have to get all three filled up. If you get one wrong, it takes one away. Oh, my dear ones. The rats who took care of me when no one else would. They feed me. They showed me how to navigate the sewers and how to survive without you evil above us. Oh, he's not scared of rats. Slang. Reborn by rats. Yeah, obviously. Dan, a co-worker from my past. The only one at work who didn't bully me. Until I discovered his online hate forum where everyone posted hateful comments and pictures of me. That fucking traitor. Tyrannized at work. Yeah? Okay. The Lost Elf claims to be a superhero named the Rodent after being bullied all through his life. He lives alone in the sewers, cut off from society. He has an aggressive attitude and is putting his own health at risk. I mean, definitely, you know, not mentally healthy. So technically, insane. So, Gilbert has been missing for years. Okay, that part we already saw. He's lost hope. Okay, we already read all that. Okay, so he's got 5 insanities. These 2 different types. Alright, so let's go ahead and treat Gilbert. Alright. Initializing insanity panel. Okay. And before it starts doing the countdown time, what I observed in the two things I saw, in the two videos I saw, like, so there's going to be devices that specifically target these particular types of insanity, which is pretty cool in my opinion. And like each one's like its own little mini game. I don't think I can unlock any of them right now, but let's just see. Initializing stress bar. Okay. And yeah, when it goes through, you don't want this to get maxed out, because then, you know, he's at max stress. And this bar, that's going to show up in a second probably, is going to be his personality bar. If you remove all of his personality, he won't have any personality anymore. And pretty much it'll be like, you just lobotomize them, which, you know, is not good. Initializing personality bar. And there's things that you can get later that let you bring their personality back up. And as long as they have at least one bar of personality after you fully treat them, it'll fully restore their personality. But if it gets to 0, then they're just fucked. Patient stats initialized. Ready for treatment. Okay. You may speak truth about my diagnosis, but make no mistake, the rodent is here to stay. Your psychotron treatment device seems to be unstable. Avoid the red areas or you will stress your patient. Okie dokie. If you want to develop another device, use the left panel to access the device manager. Okay. Alright, so I can look at this and it won't do anything with the time, okay? Alright, cool. Choose a device that matches the insanity type of your patient. Okay. So he's got the cross thing and the antlery thing. Okay, so the antlery one is this one. And the cross thing is this one. Throaterizer. That doesn't sound clean at all. Removes up to 3 in a row of an insanity type that forces the insanity out through the vocal cords of the patient. Okay, so that's $4 and 15 time thingies. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Attached to the larynx, the device transforms the insanity into frequencies and forces them out using the vocal cords of the patient. Caution, requires a steady hand. Turn the knob to max power. Nice and easy. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Let's see if I can get the other one. Where was it? Oh yeah, this one. Luna Sucker. Removes up to 3 in a row of insanity type that. Sucks out the strange energy of your patient. Not a lot of money, but... yeah, fuck it. Why not? I'm gonna try to get those right away, because I know that later on I probably won't have as much time at my disposal to be able to develop stuff. Sucks out the strange and negative energy. Find the sweet spots. Use the knobs. Skin will wiggles the most at the sweet spots. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, so that's the only 2 types that he has, so I think that's it for now. Alright, so let's go ahead and treat him. Okay. Careful with that thing. So he's got the bowls up front, so let's... and they're all stacked together, so that's pretty cool. Oh! Well, it didn't say where to... Okay, so I didn't know if I had to get it all the way up or not. Oh, Jesus. Okay, cool. Oh, it's still counting. Jesus. Okay. Alright. Now. There we go. That's the sweet spot. There we go. There we are. Nice, and there we go. Treatment complete. 15 kapuk. Neato. What am I doing with my life? Yuck. Ugh. Stuff I've been eating. I have to straighten out my life, but I can't return to my old life either. I'll find a way. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Cool. Alright, so I'm not gonna end the day, but I don't have enough time to travel to anybody, I don't think. No. So I'm gonna try to see if I can develop one of these, because I have 39 time thingies. Alright. Need 18 science to unlock that. Okay, so I don't have enough sciencey science. Okay, so alright, so I can't really do anything really, so I will go ahead and I guess end the day. Yepper. Alright. End of day 2. Maintenance -6 kapuk. Sleep.
Depending on what emotions are going to be generated. So let's see the update now. So let's say we have a joy emotion with a certain intensity for 5 seconds. Depending on the intensity, the speed at which the dot will move towards the joy emotion will be different. And when the emotion has been expressed, there is no emotional activity anymore. So we will slowly go back to our default mood. In a more complex example, it can be something like that. So here we are exuberant and even more exuberant right now. We can see that he's very smiley now. And now a bit of hate, so we are just in the hostile mood just at the beginning, and we can see a sort of vicious smile. Now he's quite not happy at all. And now due to the same emotion, he's very sad, a bit afraid. And now a very strong hate emotion, and we can see that he's very not happy. So thanks to this PAD model, now we're able to blend our different animation for the different moods and get some new things, such as the vicious smile. So it's a very powerful tool. And lastly, we have our personality module, which is the simplest one. It's just UTT parameters, such as laziness, curiosity, honesty, obedience. And I want to introduce at first how we have done the laziness one. So in this video, at first, yes, laziness is 10%, so not very lazy. So let's check.
Take the purple clip, please.
So here, yes, he's just going to take the purple clip, nothing special.
Take the purple clip, please.
But now he's very lazy. He does not care anymore about the color or any other thing. He just wants to take the clip, the closest one, because he's very lazy. So how did we do that? The personality laziness parameter is going to affect our look for action. We'll favor closer object over farther object. If you remember earlier, I introduced our find suitable object action with a certain axis named closeness. And you can see that the weight is 0.1, so very small. So maybe, why is it small? Maybe that's the first question. Well, we just wanted, just in case we have 2 items with the same score, we wanted to favorite the item that is a bit closer to the agent, but just a little bit. But in this case, The lazier the agent is, the more important the closeness axis should be. So instead of having a static weight, we are going to have actually a weight that will depend on this laziness axis. And we can add a range if we want. And thanks to this, we are now able to express our laziness personality parameter. In general, the personality parameters can affect a lot of different things in the decision making. They can affect your goal manager goal score, or the set of actions you will use for the planner. They can affect also the tolerance on liking, disliking, or the way the emotions are going to be expressed, for instance, with shyness. So it's a very powerful tool despite being very simple. And it allows for a great variation of plays. And if we have multiple NPCs, they will all feel a bit different to each other. Okay, so lastly, I would like to talk about factual statement, which is about informing the agent about the world.
Maybe there is a nozzle in front of the rocket. Can you take the nozzle?
So here he's looking around in front of the rocket. And he found the nozzle, very happy.
Maybe there is a nozzle in front of the rocket. Can you take the nozzle?
So obviously here there is no nozzle, but he's still going to look for it in front of the rocket. But yes, this time
there is no nozzle, right?
There is no nozzle, so he's not really happy about it. We lied to him, so he's not very happy. So how did we do that? Well, at first the player is just going to say a statement, such as, there is an apple on the table. So we are going to listen to this statement, and we are going to create a factual apple in our memory. We don't know yet if it's actually existing. And then the player is asking the agent to take an apple. So our look for action will find that the best object is this factual object, this factual apple. But we don't know yet if it's actually existing in the world. So we are going to try to ground it. So another goal will take over. It's going to be the ground fact goal, and the goal will be to go on the table and just look around. In this case, there is an apple, so we're just going to replace our factual apple with this apple. So when the take apple action will take over, we'll find the correct apple, and the agent will be happy about it. So what if there is no apple on the table? Well, the ground fact action goal still happen. We're still going to go on the table, but we're going to find no apple. So we just remove the factual object. And then when the look for action restarts, we find just nothing, so the agent is not pleased about that. So he's quite angry about it. We lied to him. So what did we achieve so far? I think we brought more natural interactions through, at first, the speech recognition pipeline, but also we created a more aware and expressive and lively agent, thanks to different emotional reactions, the moods, but also the emotion. And this agent have great variations, thanks to the personality module. And this agent are also environment aware. They can like, dislike, and react appropriately with this knowledge. They can, for instance, refuse to do an action that is involving an object that they are hating. And the NPCs can also react to truth and lies regarding the environment. And what can we do from here? Well, the cool thing would be to develop a relationship between the player and the agent. For instance, if the player is polite, maybe it's going to be okay. But if we are angry towards the agent, maybe he should flee away or be scared, this kind of thing. We could also have multiple agents, especially in VR. It's a big world, but we are just alone with this little creature. It would be even better with a lot of different agents that interact with each other through emotions, but also with the player. And also, this is from playtesting. We are working with speech recognition, so it's important to have a lot of diverse feedback from our AI agent. The most easiest one is certainly, I did not understand your speech, but something such as, okay, I understood, but I don't have the ability to execute your order. This is some kind of feedback that you need to actually create so that the user understands what's happening. So I think that's it today for me, and we have 2 minutes for questions. 3, 2, 3.
Yes, in one of the videos, the little character, when you told it to go get something, it turned and knew exactly what you were talking about.
Yes.
But then when you lied to it, it also turned and knew exactly where to go. So what's confusing, it seems that it knows that there are things that are there in the first case, but when you lied to it, why wouldn't it know that there is not an apple there? And I know that's a double negative.
I think I did not understand the first example.
Okay, so when you first spoke to the creature,
yes,
it knew that it behaved as if it knew everything that was around it. But when you lied to it, it behaved as if it was surprised that you didn't know. That seems contradictory.
So at the beginning, you are speaking about the factual statement where at first I am teaching the AI, like for instance, there is an apple in front of the rocket. And then the agent actually check and there is nothing, so he's quite angry. So this little difference, right?
Well, there is that, but it seems that at the beginning, because it didn't discover with its eyes what was in its world, right? It knew what was in its world, but when you lied to it, why didn't it know what was not in its world?
Because it cannot see everything. We have a perception model here.
Okay.
So what he can see will be inside its memory. But maybe I am able to see something that is in front of the rocket that he was not able to see. And in this case, that's why he was still checking and then be surprised that I actually lied to him.
So there's a camera view that it sees that is different from yours.
So yeah, the agent has a perception module.
Okay.
So just a code. phone or something in front of him and just add this knowledge to its memory. It's not what the player is seeing, it's what he is seeing himself.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
If you have other questions, we can go to the wrap-up room. I don't know which one it is. I'll just discuss after. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Get Indie Gaming, and after a short break, to the continuation of the series where we show off some of the games we've been playing of late, with us also giving you a heads up of some of the best looking games expected out over the coming week. If you fancy it, there's also an audio only version of this episode and those that follow, which can be found on your typical podcasting applications, with links to some of the well-known podcasting pages down there in the video description. To be honest, it won't come as a surprise to most of you that much of the last 7 or so days spent in gaming has been with Death's Door. Our small team have simply adored playing this. If you haven't seen it, last week we pulled together a long-form video review outlining why we think it's so damn good. You can find a link to that review down in the video description, or in some browsers via the link that you might be able to see in the top right hand of the screen right now. While Death's Door is a challenging game with challenging combat, it never feels brutal, with perhaps the exception, not surprisingly, coming in the final boss battle. Now that's a skirmish and a half, with an extended middle section that offers no checkpoints and a rather large difficulty spike in terms of anything that came before it. But don't let that put you off. If I'm able to beat this game with a controller and having less than an obliging left thumb with limited feeling and fingertip motor control, the odds are you'll be able to do the same. As we point out in our review, it's not perfect and won't knock Hades or Dead Cells off the top of the pile of games we most love, and yet as we hit the middle of the year, it's up there with likes of Overboard, Unglet and Chicory as one of the best games out over the first half of the year. At the moment, Death's Door is available on PC and, for now at least, exclusively on the Xbox platform. Aside from the 20 or so hours we spent last week with Death's Door, we've also been putting the hours into Chris Tales, which came out last week on PC, and just about everything else. Being honest, we have yet to finish it. We're about 15 or so hours into what we believe is a 40 or so hour campaign. This is no spoiler, and yet we kind of think we know how this is all going to wrap up from, well, the first 2 or so hours of playing. So far though, everything does feel solidly written, and comes with a beautiful cast of characters and a time travel mechanism that just works and feels so satisfying within its action. Few elements within the gameplay, however, are jarring. Sadly, the combat feels stunted and clunky, missing that fizz, and at times, for my taste, the fighting in places just takes too long, with these sections by and large feeling uninspired and a little bit samey. I'm not too sure we'll actually see the credits roll on Chris Tales in what so far, despite how well everything is written, it could be one of this year's disappointments. And sadly, whilst we're talking disappointments, Last Stop, which is also out on PC and all of the consoles, feels a little bit of a misstep for the usually bang-on-point publisher Annapurna Interactive. This also comes from the team that a few years ago delivered the understated brilliance that is Virginia, and I think I went into this with overly high expectations. Virginia did such a great job with its narrative that, well, I was expecting more of the same. I will give the game one thing. The developers have managed to pull together a slice of life viewpoint on London that is bang on where we are this side of 2021. Or at least I think it does. I've not been able to travel there for various reasons for the past 18 months, but still, it paints a nuanced picture of the city that few others have done as well. But aside from the top-notch voice acting and the orchestral music score, the dialogue and stories here are superficial, flat even, they get going, before, well, puttering out of steam. With Last Stop not quite hitting the heights we expected, what are we most looking forward to in playing over the course of the coming week? Currently up on one of the monitors in the corner of our office, well, converted garage, although we can keep that between us, The Ascent heads out onto PC and Xbox, with it also coming to the Xbox Game Pass service for PC and console from day one. First off, it looks drop-dead gorgeous with all of its neons, reds and colour saturation, with it having a single player and online and local co-op option for you to play with 3 others. While we have been playing this extensively, the embargo of this drops the day of the launch, and while we can't yet say anything right now in terms of how this one plays out, we are looking to add this to the roster of our weekly live streams, so expect to see more from this from us later in the week when it launches on the 29th. Up next, and having been in development for a little over 6 years, with it successfully funded via a Kickstarter campaign from back in 2018, No Longer Home comes out this week onto PC. Designed to be a semi-biographical point-and-click adventure about two university students, Bo and Ao, having been separated, with Ao returning to Japan after their visa runs out. Having played a recent demo, which as this video goes up is still available via the game's Steam homepage, this feels a warm and cozy fly-on-the-wall kind of experience, with it portraying the pair's final weeks together in their rental flat and their day-to-day experiences as they prepare to part ways. Naturally, we're expecting something that's story-driven, and we're hoping to see a contemplative and thought-provoking examination of friendship and separation. No Longer Home will be available via Steam, GOG, Humble and Itch, and also via the Epic Games Store. First out on PC towards the end of Q3 last year, The Long Gate is something Switch puzzle fans should consider picking up when it comes out on the platform on July the 29th. This is an out-and-out puzzler in the purest of terms, and will appeal to folks who like difficult puzzles and solving them, well, for the sake of solving those puzzles. Nearly all of the puzzlers here are based on real-world technical concepts, with it containing accurate descriptions of quantum circuits, and while the developers are on record saying players don't need to have a technical background to play and beat the game, those that do have an interest or a STEM background will most likely have an advantage over players that do not. This is a highly niche game, although for those with these kinds of interests, it's likely to offer an enjoyable experience. Also coming out on the 29th, following close to 5 years of development, Omno is a single-player action-adventure game that sees players explore a world of wonders, finding secrets, solving puzzles, while also overcoming obstacles as you make your way across various environments. Having spent an hour or so in the run-up to making this video with the game's demo, which is still up on the game's Steam homepage at the time of writing, it's also something of a chilled-out, all-round experience. Omno is headed out onto PC and will also be coming to all of the usual consoles, with it also headed onto the Xbox Game Pass on launch day. Moving on and up now, one of the most anticipated indie games coming out this summer. Eldest Souls is a gloriously illustrated pixel art boss rush battle game that describes itself as offering players a challenging, Souls-like combat-based experience. Each boss is said to offer players a different and stern encounter, with the game also giving players the chance to explore what looks to be a dark and gritty labyrinth of dungeons and passages, where the players will meet with interesting NPCs and undertake compelling quest lines, all within an effort to discover the secrets and mysteries while building and shaping your character to match your style of play. While perhaps similar to last week's Death's Door, this looks far darker and more ominous, and we suspect might be more of a challenge than we're used to. Elder Souls is out this week on all of the usual platforms. And finally for this week in indie games, expected out July 28th, Unbound World Apart follows the story of a little magician called Solly, who has the ability to summon and manipulate portals to other worlds, and in so doing, is able to control certain unique properties of each of these worlds, be they, for example, inverse gravity, time manipulation, and 8 other differing mechanics. We suspect this hand-drawn, platforming, puzzle-centric Metroidvania will deliver something that's story-rich and will come with a lengthy lore and cast of NPCs, with it expected out on Steam, GOG, the Epic Games Store, and also onto the Nintendo Switch. So there we go, that's all we have time for this weekly edition of our Week in Indie Video Games. Like this video and this series, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you've yet to do so. Feel free to let us know in the comments which game's out this week or anything that's on the horizon you're most looking forward to. And as always, many thanks for watching. We'll see you all here next time for another indie game video.
Hello, my name is Dan, and welcome to New Frame Plus. It's time to talk about another one of the 12 principles of animation. We've talked about timing, and we've talked about squash and stretch, and today is a special day because we're going to look at one of my favorite principles and one of the most important for video games, anticipation. If you have watched any of the other videos on this channel before, you've probably heard me use this term at least once. Anticipation is the preparation for the main action. It's the crouch that comes before the big jump. It's the wind-up before the pitch. It's something that accompanies almost every action you can think of, and it serves two important functions in animation. First of all, it helps to sell the physicality and power of an action. For an animated action to look right, it has to have convincing body mechanics and a sense of weight, and those things are often conveyed through the anticipating action. Like, try to imagine a free runner jumping from one platform to another without first bending their knees to maximize the power of the jump. Imagine a golfer trying to drive the ball down the fairway without first taking a nice big backswing. Or a pitcher throwing the baseball without that wind-up. Those actions would all look unrealistic and just bizarre without their anticipating actions. The preparatory movements are what convey the power, and the more powerful the action, the more exaggerated that anticipation needs to be. But anticipation also serves another crucial purpose. It helps an action to read better. Anticipation helps to guide the audience's eye and prepare us for what's about to happen. When we see that pitcher wind up, we can already tell what they're about to do. When we see a Looney Tunes character take a few steps back and coil up with their foot raised, we can already predict that they're about to sprint off screen at top speed. With a good anticipation, you should be able to cut to black right before the action happens and still know exactly what that character was about to do. Anticipation can also be a great way to create contrast when you really want to emphasize an action. Say you're animating a cartoony character and you want to make them react strongly to something, like they're suddenly surprised. Now, obviously, you want to have them do a big bug-eyed expression, but that reaction will feel even bigger if you first have them scrunch their face up for a frame or two, just to maximize the change. Anticipation's a great tool in any animated medium, but it's one of the most important principles for games, because players aren't just passively observing the movement of characters on screen. We often have to respond to it. We need visual cues to react to, and anticipation provides them. How do we know that the huge monster's about to attack? Because we see the wind-up, which gives us the chance to predict what's coming next and hopefully allows us just enough time to get away. A lot of action games are built around the idea of reacting to your opponent's tells, of recognizing the incoming attack just quickly enough to dodge out of the way, maybe even to respond with a counterattack. Some games, like Sekiro, demand even more precision, requiring that you not only recognize that the incoming attack is coming, but also deliver a specific, precisely timed response. This sort of game requires very well-crafted anticipating actions. Sekiro's animators and designers had to do endless frame-by-frame tuning of all the attack animations for every enemy in that game, because they had to ensure that each attack was A, visually clear enough to see coming, and B, visually distinct enough to be identified and appropriately responded to. If those animated anticipations weren't clear, the entire game's combat system simply would not work. But this can all get a little bit tricky when it comes to animating the player character, because when the player hits a button, they generally want the associated action to happen quickly. Many of the best feeling games to control are the ones where it seems like actions come out nearly instantaneously, where the player character responds immediately to your inputs. Like, when you press the attack button in a Smash Bros. Game, your hit will often land like 1/10 of a second later. Now, that leaves almost no time at all for an anticipation, but if you play Smash Bros., you know how responsive those characters feel. Of course, not every genre of game demands that kind of instantaneous action. In slower-paced action games like Dark Souls or Monster Hunter, your player character's attacks will often have much lengthier wind-ups, and having to factor in that anticipation time forces players to choose the timing of their attacks more strategically. Or in a turn-based RPG or an RTS or any other genre where the player isn't controlling the characters directly, well, in those cases, responsiveness isn't nearly so big a concern, which means that there's a lot more wiggle room on animation length. But more often than not, when it comes to player characters, responsive controls take priority. So the game animator just isn't gonna have the luxury of giving each action quite as much anticipation as we'd like, which means that we've got to look for other ways to sell the power of the player character's actions. One common strategy is to extend an action's recovery time rather than its wind-up. This can help to visually convey the exertion and the power of an action without costing additional time in the anticipation phase. Now, in terms of realistic physicality, it's no replacement for a good anticipation, but in terms of game feel, it does get the job done. And as a bonus, it gives the designers a handy method of building risk and reward into your moveset, with more powerful actions leaving you vulnerable for a longer time afterward. Another approach that animators often take is to try to sneak an anticipation pose into the earliest frames of an action. Just enough time to reap some of the benefits without having to lose too much responsiveness. Like, when you press the jump button in Anthem, it may only last a few frames, but your javelin will sneak in a quick crouch before jumping, which adds some nice springiness to the launch. When Mario throws his cap, he instantly snaps to this wind-up pose and begins his twirl, which itself actually functions as a kind of visual anticipation before the actual throw. But sometimes that window is so tight that the animators can only sneak in the feeling of an anticipation pose. Like, the jumping animation in Celeste has 0 time for an anticipation. Literally 0. When that jump input gets received, Madeline is up in the air next frame. So, since an anticipating crouch is out of the question, the animator instead has her sprite do an exaggerated stretch as she lifts off, which sort of subconsciously implies the existence of a crouched down squash beforehand. There isn't one, but it sort of feels like there was, which is very cool. Anticipation may not be a tool that game animators can use quite as often as we'd usually like, but it is still one of the most important animation principles for this medium. It creates opportunities for players to react to opponents. It defines how our player characters' actions feel in our hands. It can even be a game design tool for creating risk and reward opportunities in combat and shaping a game's difficulty curve. So much interesting gameplay variety, all built upon one animation principle. But I think that will do it for anticipation. 3 down, 9 to go. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the rest of them, and consider supporting the show like all of these good folks. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.